What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of a Cold One Podcast. I got to start that shit over. I just fucked that. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of a Cold One Podcast. You already know it's your boy Big D, man. I appreciate everybody that's tuned in tonight, man. Hey, L Dottie gonna be running a little bit late. Not exactly sure what's going on. Shit crazy, man. It's November 3rd, man. It's a day that everybody been waiting on. It done got cold as fuck out of nowhere. That's why I came to y'all to do the weather report today. You know what I'm saying? Got a thick ass coat on because it's brick as a motherfucker outside. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of stuff going on right now, man. So basically we decided that we were gonna put this little watch party together to kind of, you know what I'm saying, just keep an eye on what's going on and, just create a safe space for us, you know what I'm saying, to come together and, discuss our thoughts and feelings on everything. So y'all make sure y'all comment below, check in, let us know that you're here, you know what I'm saying. As always, don't forget to post your social media tags, your business websites, anything that you want to promote. I'll be more than happy to post it up just like here. We got Gwen checking in. She said, you're was good, Gwen. Appreciate you as always for checking in. We got Shannon checking in. Hey, Shannon, what's going on? What's going on? Also, y'all know it's a Cold One Podcast, so make sure that y'all got something to drink and shit. We gonna need something to drink tonight, y'all. We gonna need it. We gonna need it. So my beverage of choice today is gonna be the Sycamore Tropical Kush. IPA. I needed something heavy today. It's 7%. I just needed something because, bruh, we gotta get this motherfucker the fuck up out of here, bruh. I'm sorry. We gotta get him up out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and share the little results right here, you know what I'm saying, so y'all can kind of see what's going on. Let me take this off. Take that off. They showing like the highlights of what's going on, man, and motherfuckers is a little nervous. We like, oh no, man, like, oh no, but it's still early. It's 9:11 Eastern time. You know what I'm saying? So it's still pretty early. Y'all make sure y'all comment below. Let me know what y'all drinking, and I think I'm gonna pour up some bourbon tonight too. So I got the Basil Hayden's. I'm gonna need some of this too because I'm stressed. I'm stressed, man. So yeah, let me go ahead and keep checking in with y'all. We got Felicia checking in. She said, what's up? What's good, Felicia? Appreciate you as always. Got Austin in the building. Smithites. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Shannon checking in saying she's on the vodka tonight. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. Y'all get yourselves something to drink. I'm telling you. Hey, look, I'm right here with y'all, man. I'm pouring up as we speak in my Maker's Mark glass. You know what I'm saying? Hey, woo, it's crazy out here, man. So y'all get y'all something to drink. Jordan showing love. I fucks with y'all podcast too. Stuff, stay at it, fellas. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Much love. And then we got Gwen. She's saying her podcast is Surviving Concrete on all platforms. Make sure y'all check her out. I'm mad that Gwen is just now letting me know that she has a podcast. Gwen, you're going to have to come on and come kick it with me for a little bit. I'm about to post a link down below. I need you to come kick it with me, you know what I'm saying, so you can really promote your podcast and kind of let us know what's going on with your joint. So that link right there in the comments, y'all, if y'all want to join the show, hey, it's real informative tonight, y'all. It's some shit going on in the country, man, and we just wanted to come together. We need a drink. We need a drink because we've been stressed. 2020 been a hell of a year, and we need to talk. We need to talk. We need to drink. We need to come together, and we need to pray. So you know how your mama used to be like, "Hey, I need all my prayer warriors. I need my prayer warriors. I need you to come on in the room." Come on in the room, baby. We need the prayer warriors. So y'all, hey, if y'all know the word of prayer, man, pray, do what you got to do. Hopefully everybody voted. Hey, did y'all vote? Comment below if you voted. If you didn't vote, comment below and tell me why you didn't vote. That's first thing first. Because I seen some people today saying that they weren't voting. People was like, oh, my vote don't count. You know what I'm saying? Yada yada, like all types of stuff. I've been hearing all types of shit today. So y'all comment below. Let me know if y'all voted. You know what I'm saying? We got Gwen checking in, said her drink of choice is sweet red wine. Yeah, I could rock with a sweet wine. I can't do the dry wine. Shout out to y'all that be doing them dry ass red wines. I can't do it. I can't do it. So hey, so yeah, shout out to you, Gwen, for the sweet jump. Got Delanda checking in. As always, we appreciate her, man. She's the one that designed our hoodies. She designed hoodies for a Cold One podcast. She also designed our shirts, and she designed my hoodie for D-Shot Media as well as my shirt for D-Shot Media. So y'all check her out. She designs glassware. She created a custom mug for me with our logo on it. So y'all check her out, man. Dr. So Creative. Delana, is that also the Instagram? Post the Instagram too, so I can post that up as well. We got Cena checking in. Cena, what's good? What's going on, sweetie? How you doing? Appreciate y'all. All right, Gwen said she game to come on, but not tonight, cause baby this here. And that's how y'all be like, baby, cause baby. So yeah, all right. Well, Gwen, we're gonna have to get you up on this joint eventually. All right, Delana said she voted October 15th. Shout out to you, Delana. I don't see nobody else saying they voted. I might have had to kick y'all up out of here, man. If y'all ain't vote, y'all gotta go. How Dr. Umar say, this is an African podcast for Africans who vote. This is for Africans who vote. This is for Africans who vote. If you are not an African who voted, you are not welcome here. If you are not an African who voted, you are not welcome here. If you are not, sorry, my man be going in. My man be repeating himself like 20 times, man. Hey, so but yeah, man, it's some crazy stuff, man. It's some crazy stuff. So I hopefully that y'all voted. Hopefully y'all voted. Cena said she voted today. Shout out to Cena. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Gwen said her state won. Gwen, what state are you in? What state are you in? Let us know. If y'all state already won, well, hopefully we ain't got no Make America Great Again people in here, because I don't know what y'all mean by one, but you know what I'm saying. Let me know what well, y'all ain't gotta tell me everything, but you know what I'm saying, just let me know what your thoughts are, what's going on with the election and everything so far. We got Drew versus the World podcast checking in. He just dropped the episode where a Cold One podcast teamed up with Drew versus the World. So appreciate you, bro, for having us on. Great time, great episode. Make sure y'all go check him out. He's on Spotify, Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts, all platforms. So y'all check out Drew versus the World podcast. My boy checking in saying he 3 golden monkeys in. So shout out to my boy Drew, man. We appreciate you as always. Again, make sure y'all got yourself something to drink. We gonna need something to drink, man. We're gonna need something to drink. Y'all see results. Y'all see these results. Like, so far, it's still pretty damn close. It's too damn close for my liking. Too damn close. So yeah, man, we y'all see right now. Matter of fact, oh no, this is for the House. So we got the House right now. Republicans at 148, Democrats at 142. Let me see. Okay, well, so far Biden has 80 electoral votes and Trump has 51 electoral votes. We still, the electoral college, man, it's interesting. How do y'all feel about the electoral college? How do y'all feel about it? I need some interaction, man. Y'all comment below. I'm gonna hit my hookah. Woo! Y'all seen that cloud? Hold on one more time. That was a good cloud right there. That was a good cloud. I'm going to put the little banner up just so y'all know. If y'all want to join, let me know. You know what I'm saying? El Dottie ain't pulled up yet. I'm running solo right now. Praying that he's all right. Shot him a text. He ain't hit me back yet. So I'm sure it's a good reason, but y'all, we're going to send a prayer up for El Dottie that he's okay. But yeah, y'all comment below. Let me know if you want to join the show. Let me know. And what are y'all thoughts about the electoral college? Should we, is it okay? Is it cool? Does it work? Or do we need to just get rid of that jump? What y'all think? Y'all let me know down below. Oh, they playing commercials. I ain't plugging nobody for free. The hell? I ain't plugging them for free. They trying to get over, man. So Gwen asks, so who makes up the electoral college votes? Give me hip. All right, so so Delana says the electoral college needs to be revamped because it is not made for the 21st century. They should have been amended that thing. All right, so let me explain how the electoral college works. So basically, each state in Washington D.C., because D.C. isn't a state, each state has a certain amount of electoral votes allocated to that state based on its population. Okay, those amounts of electoral votes total. I think it's like three something. I can't remember. Hold on. That's why we got the power of Google. Give me 1 second. How many total electoral votes are there? Okay, there's 538. So in order for somebody to win, they got to win 270 out of that 538, right? The electoral votes is literally people that are designated as electors. That's who makes up the electoral college. So basically, each elector for each state is on standby, and they're basically agreeing to vote for whichever candidate their state's popular vote goes towards. So say in let's say DC, for example, District of Columbia, they have 3 electoral votes, right? Those electoral votes are going to go towards whoever the popular vote votes for in DC. So if everybody votes, or the majority of people in DC vote for Trump, then those 3 electoral votes are going to go towards Trump, and it's going to be deemed a red state. That's why when you're looking at the map, they'll have red states in red and states in blue. Okay, so whoever wins the popular vote in that state, they win the electoral votes in the electoral college. And so that's why they say, like, Biden has won this state, Trump has won that state. Okay, so that's how it works. So with that being said, when people say things like my vote doesn't matter, I always disagree with them, because your vote, though the president isn't determined by the popular vote, it is determined by the electoral college, which is based on the popular vote. So if you don't vote, then the popular votes are going to be swayed towards the other side, or, it may be, it may not be, but there's a bigger risk of the popular votes going towards the other side, and then the electoral votes for your state can go towards a candidate that you don't actually want. And not to mention, at every election, you also going to be voting for other offices in. It's like I don't even know how many offices it is on there. So it's a lot of people. You voting on policies and stuff like that. So you don't want to be the ignorant person that's just point blank not voting. You know what I'm saying? So that's like a summed up version. If I missed anything, please forgive me. I'm not a poli-sci major or nothing like that. But based on that, what do y'all think? Okay, so actually right here, so Pretty Boy makes a good point. He says they don't always go in favor of the popular votes. They are supposed to, but they don't always go by that. So that's true. So when that doesn't happen, so say in DC, using that same example, they got 3 electoral votes, right? Say the popular vote goes towards Biden, but the electoral college or the electors for DC, they end up voting for Trump, which they could. That's called a faithless a faithless voter, or a faithless elector, something like that. But basically, when that happens, each state has their own procedure for how they handle that. When if it does happen, it's very, very rare. It's only happened I think twice, maybe 3 times in the history of America. And majority of the times, the candidates who win the electoral college, they also win the popular vote. But it's been, I think, two presidents that were elected that won the electoral college that didn't also win the popular vote. But yeah, that is true. They can vote however they choose, but it's very rare. And I think in majority of the states, they have to pay like some type of financial penalty if they vote in opposition of their state's outcome of popular votes. But even if they do have to pay the fine, even if whatever, if the electors choose to vote against the popular vote, if they choose to just vote for whoever the fuck they want, despite the popular votes, it still count. They could get fined $1 billion. It's still going to count. You know what I'm saying? And even if that's the one state that determined the outcome of the election, it still counts. So with that being said, how do y'all feel about it? Cena says it's just whack when a popular vote in electoral college votes don't match. Yeah, that does suck. It does suck. But like I said, it's rare that it happens, but it's happened a couple times. I think that happened for George Bush, and I think it happened for Trump. I can't remember who else. Y'all comment below if y'all can remember somebody else that it happened for. But yeah. So right here where it says 270 to win, that's how many electoral votes that they need to win. So right now, Biden is winning because he has 89 electoral votes compared to 50. I think it said 54 that Trump needs. So. Yeah, so you just got to keep in mind, like some of the bigger states with like more population in it, like Texas, and usually Texas is just known for voting Republican. You know what I'm saying? So usually people expect Texas to go to the Republican side, but people kind of, they base their faith on, the other states, basically. Like they're like, okay, well, they're going to get Texas, but hopefully we can get, North Carolina, maybe South Carolina, Florida, you know what I'm saying? Some of those other states that got like 15, 13, 29 electoral votes and stuff. Hopefully we can get them to sway towards, Democrat or vice versa, whatever. But I mean, some years Texas might just decide to be Democrat. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So, but yeah, those bigger states, because they have more popular, they have a higher population, they tend to have more electoral votes. So that's why some of the states got like 20 something electoral votes, and some states only got 3. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I need some people to come on the show with me, man. Come kick it with me. I need somebody to come drink. I'm sad. I'm cold. It's rough out here. It's rough, man. I'm tired of seeing all this red on my screen. Let me see. Let's see what that's saying. So right there, it's showing that in Florida, Trump is winning Florida right now, and Florida has 29 electoral votes. It looks like Trump is also winning Georgia, who has 16 electoral votes. Okay, Biden is winning Ohio, okay, with 18 electoral votes. So yeah, that's kind of how you keep track of, you know what I'm saying, who's winning. Actually, I'm gonna turn the audio on so y'all can hear. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Don't it just make it sound extra intense? Hey, I agree, Cena. I agree with that. I agree with that. Hey, don't that music kind of sound like a bootleg Game of Thrones type music? Don't it though? I'm gonna minimize myself, make this a little bigger. Let me take this banner off right there, and y'all keep looking at that banner at the bottom. Let us know, or let me know, if you want to join the show. Let me know. I need some company. Pretty Boy made an interesting point right here. He said, in order for the Electoral College to change, it has to be voted on a state level. It would take 35 states to change it. Do y'all ever think that'll happen? Do y'all think we could get the majority of the states to abolish the electoral college? Trump coming up, y'all. 89-63. Biden still in the lead, but we only in the lead by what? What's that? 16 electoral votes. How y'all feeling? I'm gonna hide these commercials for now. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling on everything? Are y'all with y'all family? Are y'all crowded around in the living room right now? Y'all dolo? Talk to me. Shit. That's that gas. That's that gas right there, y'all. It's that gas. Hold on. Oh, I missed this one. Cena said, I think the electoral college will be fine, but if the majority wins in the popular vote, we should go with the popular. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we might as well just go with the popular vote then, right? Either way. Shannon, I'm not sure who Trump just won. I missed it. My bad. I'm trying to talk to y'all at the same time. Let me bring this back up. Unless it started playing commercials. Let me unmute it.
Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
9:30 now in Lee's, and we can project two more states now for President Trump. Donald Trump will win the state of Alabama. He will put 10% of the vote in. Of course, that is a strong Republican state. Big Senate race there as well. Republicans hoping to pick up a Senate seat there. Tommy Tuberville over Doug Jones. We don't have a projection on that yet, but we can say that Donald Trump will also win the state of North Dakota tonight. So he's picked up two more states there for the president. We see 89 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 63 for Donald Trump right now. And right now, let's pull up the state of Virginia. Take a look at what we're seeing now in the state of Virginia. 41% of the expected vote in. Right now, Tom Yamas, we're still seeing Donald Trump with a large lead, but only 41% of the expected vote in.
Yeah, George, it's a little strange. This is kind of interesting right now in Virginia. As you know, Democrats have been winning this state. Let's blow it up here. A lot of these red counties, the rural counties, as you go further west, you're going to get into coal country. But I want to blow this up here. This is the Democratic suburbs around D.C., this area right here. You have Alexandria, Fairfax, Arlington. These are areas where Democrats need to run up the score, and that's how they end up winning the state. Places like Fairfax, it's actually pretty close when you look at 4 years ago. Joe Biden's underperforming, and that's why I say the numbers are a little strange right now in Virginia. Prince William County, here's another thing. It's neck and neck. This was a county that Clinton clearly won 4 years ago. So it's sort of interesting when we look. I was trying to see if this was part of the early vote. Maybe Republicans came out to vote early there. Unfortunately, right now, all we have is that 57% of the vote is going to be early vote. We don't see who's on top right now, George.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. Let's bring in Senator Tim Kaine. Tim, we were just hearing from Tom Yamas, so it shows we don't have a lot of the vote in. I take it you're feeling a bit more confident about your state?
Yeah, George, the AP called Virginia at 736 because of the early vote totals are so strongly Democratic. About 70% of the 2016 total got cast early, and we know who those voters are. Just by way of comparison, the AP called Virginia at 11 o'clock in 2008, at 1 a.m. in 2012, and at 10:30 in 2016. So calling Virginia 3 hours earlier suggests very, very strong night in Virginia. Mark Warner's won big. We feel good about our congressional races. And because Virginia is now heavily suburban, we think that also probably bodes well for suburbs in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Philly, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the upper Midwest. So we feel really good in Virginia. We hope it sends a message and is an indicator elsewhere.
Of course, you were part of the Hillary Clinton campaign 4 years ago. What feels different to you this time around?
I mean, the tremendous surge of early vote. I mean, that shows not only people taking and, trying to protect themselves from COVID, but it also shows intense energy. And George, as you know, we know who the early voters are. We don't know how they voted, but if a Tim Kaine votes early, we can see, well, Tim Kaine has only voted ever in Democratic primaries. That's a Democratic vote. And we're seeing this really strong early vote in many states that gets often reported a little bit later, even if it comes in early. Early vote is strong. The early vote is disproportionately young people compared to 4 years ago. And then states that are battlegrounds that never have been, Georgia, Arizona, Texas, for God's sake. We are competitive in states where it's very, very tough.
So you're feeling good about the whole night, not just your state?
Yes, absolutely.
Senator Kaine, thanks very much for your time tonight. We can project now the state of South Carolina is going to go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, strong red state. Donald Trump won it 4 years ago. He is going to win it again tonight. Janae Norman is in South Carolina.
Yeah, hey, George, we expected this. This is a state that hasn't voted for a Democrat for president since 1976. President Trump's support has remained steady, and exit polls showing that the president approval rating is about 55%. But one thing that we're watching big here is, of course, the Senate race here. It is a fierce battle, and Republicans are on defense. Few places is that more true than here in South Carolina. Think about this. Lindsey Graham, he is a household name, a 17-year incumbent in a Republican stronghold. He was expected to easily win re-election a few months ago, but now he is in the fight of his political life. He has been on TV, forced to essentially beg for donations to try to beat Jamie Harrison. Jamie Harrison at one point raised more than $57 million in just over 3 months. He is one of those candidates that Democrats are hoping can help them flip some red seats blue. So that is what we're watching tonight here, George.
Okay, Janae, thanks very much. We can't project that yet, but you just heard that chime. That means we can project that in Colorado, the Senate race in Colorado, former Governor John Hickenlooper is going to defeat Cory Gardner, the incumbent Republican senator. So that is a pickup for the Democrats tonight in the Senate. John Hickenlooper has defeated Cory Gardner. John Karl, magic numbers in the Senate: 3 if Biden wins for the Democrats, 4 if he doesn't.
Yeah, and this was probably their top target to pick up. Cory Gardner tied himself quite closely to Donald Trump, actually tried to avoid comment whenever there was anything controversial. Hickenlooper, the former governor, of course, briefly ran for president, recruited to run for this seat. No surprise that this is the first pickup. They've got to pick up a few more.
Matt Gutman?
Just adding to what John was saying, Hickenlooper, two-time mayor, two-time governor of the state, beloved. He ran for president briefly, then decided to run for Senate. This is not a surprise, but as Janae was saying, this is a key state that the Democrats wanted to pick up to turn from red to blue. And frankly, this is a purple state that is leaning blue, George. And Cory Gardner didn't have much of a chance. He voted towards the GOP in the Senate 89% of the time in a state that we were saying is purple leaning blue. It was unlikely that he was going to win this. The polls had favored Hickenlooper all along, but this is one state, possibly another in the Rocky Mountain region, Montana, that could flip from red to blue tonight. George.
Matt Gutman, thanks very much. Mary Bruce, your day job is covering Capitol Hill, and I wanted you to pick up on what John Karl was just talking about there. Cory Gardner, one of those senators who, whenever President Trump got in a little bit of trouble, he disappeared.
Yeah, it was amazing how all of a sudden Cory Gardner would become very hard to find in the halls of the Capitol in those moments. Look, as John was saying, he was viewed as the most vulnerable Republican tonight. There are several others that Democrats are keeping a close eye on. And I have to say, George, Republicans know that there is a very real risk that they could lose their Senate majority tonight. In addition to Colorado, which we now know the result in, they're keeping a very close eye on Arizona. They feel very strongly, Democrats do, that they have a chance to defeat Martha McSally in that race. They're also feeling optimistic about possibly Iowa, Maine, and North Carolina. The Senate race in Georgia is now looming as a very real possibility, with actually 2 races there tonight, and both Republican senators at risk there. Democrats can see that they are likely to lose a seat in Alabama, Doug Jones's seat. That means if you go back to the math here, if they lose that seat, they would then need to pick up 4 seats. Democrats would if Joe Biden wins, because in that instance, Kamala Harris would then become the tiebreaker as vice president. If Donald Trump wins, that means the Democrats would then have to pick up 5 seats if they do lose that race in Alabama.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Let's take a deeper dive now at the state of Pennsylvania. We've been calling that the most critical battleground of the night tonight. 19% of the expected vote is in right now. Joe Biden has a large lead. And Tom, why don't you try to run through some of the key counties in Pennsylvania that we're going to be watching tonight?
You know, George, we were just looking at Pennsylvania a little closely, and the numbers are really all over the place. There's not really a narrative we can really talk about at this point. Look, for instance, I'll give you Scranton right here. Lackawanna, Donald Trump is on on top in Joe Biden's hometown, and he's overperforming there for Republicans. We go just south, Lucerne County. This is Wilkes-Barre. This is a swing county that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Tonight, Joe Biden's on top, but again, only 29% of the vote in. On the big cities where Democrats really have to win, Allegheny, Pittsburgh, you can see how high Joe Biden's there. That's the type of number Democrats want to make sure they can hold in Pennsylvania, not only in Pittsburgh, but also in Philadelphia. Let me open this up a little more as we get to Philadelphia and the suburbs. George, look, I don't want people to have a freak out here. 93%, that's obviously incredible, but there's only 9% of the vote in at this moment. Let me squeeze this down a little bit. We'll look at one of the suburb counties, the exurb counties around Philadelphia, where Democrats have to run up the score. Look, Joe Biden's doing good, but again, George, it's so early. There's nothing really to pull from.
Do we have anything from Erie County? And then I want to bring John in.
Yeah, Erie County, we have Donald Trump, barely won this. Just by a percentage point 4 years ago, but it was one of those swing counties that Obama won. And you can see right now, I mean, John, it's neck and neck, but 4% in. 4% in.
But I've got to say, if you go back to the Philly suburbs, Montgomery County, Delaware County, you see Biden with nearly an 80-point lead. It's 16% of the vote in. What's really important here, though, George, is, as I understand it, almost all of the vote that has been counted are people that voted today on Election Day. Pennsylvania didn't start counting
in those collar counties of Philadelphia.
Yes. This is day of voting, so they still have to count all of the mail-in vote. They didn't start opening the envelopes until today. That's going to take a long time. It's actually going to take several days. That mail-in vote is expected to really lean heavily towards Joe Biden. So I think it's interesting. It's still a small amount, no doubt, but I think that it's interesting already in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
Those used to be swing areas. Now they're trending deep blue.
I mean, early indication, again, 17% of the expected vote in, but it's day of vote.
We have some exit polls from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, when you compare it to Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania actually in the exit polls showed Donald Trump's worst performance so far tonight when it comes to his approval rating. Let's dive in here and see what the exit polls show us. Again, these are preliminary, but the exit polls, as we mentioned earlier in the night, do reflect both, as John Carl was mentioning, people who voted today and those who were voting early in person. As you can see, let's try to refresh that and see if the job performance comes up. 52% disapproving of Donald Trump and his performance. Whether or not to contain the pandemic first or rebuild the economy, you can see overwhelmingly they say we've got to take care of this coronavirus in the U.S. And they say that Joe Biden is the best to handle that. When you look at the economy, Donald Trump and Joe Biden neck and neck in Pennsylvania. The most important issue in Pennsylvania, the economy, pandemic, they're behind. It's interesting. Let's look at independents in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden owning independents so far as the exit polls are concerned in Pennsylvania.
Chris Christie, neighboring state of yours in New Jersey, always going to be an uphill battle for the president, but essential.
Listen, vital, has to have it. And I do think, though, that the things that we're seeing still, I think this is very early, but there's underperformance in Philadelphia, even though those numbers don't indicate it. That's what I continue to hear. And so I think they're still feeling like they can turn out their day of vote in a way that's going to make it very close. No one's predicting a win there yet that I've heard, but no one's bemoaning a loss yet either.
Rahm Emanuel, the Biden campaign probably spent more time, energy, money, focus on Pennsylvania than any other state.
There's no doubt about it. And the vice president, as you remember in your town hall, when a guy stood up and was, oh, I know you, you're a sheriff. I mean, he's got to feel like a precinct captain or a county exec. They look at these numbers, and I would say there's a regional thing that's starting to happen. You look at Ohio numbers, you look at Pennsylvania numbers, they're early, but there are trend lines where Joe Biden is outperforming in the suburbs. He's outperforming among working class, and he's also outperforming in the rural areas, even though you don't count it. Just minimizing the losses is doing well. So he is doing really in those areas well. The vote total, in the sense of how many people show up in the suburbs versus working industrial areas versus urban, is going to be what's really interesting. Because I think the urban areas may not be performing to the kind of baseline of what people were expecting.
Yvette, are you seeing that across the country right now? The urban area is not performing as well.
That's not what we're seeing, and that's what I want to make sure I reserve comment until we see that. We're seeing a lot of, particularly in Ohio, Hamilton County, Cuyahoga County, Franklin County, huge turnout there. I mean, we're running not just on the presidential, but down ticket. We're winning all these races down ticket as well, and so I think we'll just have to wait and see. Some of those places, like Cuyahoga, for instance, people were still in line up until about a half an hour ago.
Those are the
Cuyahoga
towards
County.
for tonight. Wait and see. And we're
Wait
going to be
and see.
doing that with every state all night long. Sarah Fagan, the Trump campaign was hoping after that last debate where they thought that Joe Biden made a blunder by talking about ending fossil fuels and the issue of fracking. They thought that could give them headway in western Pennsylvania and coal country in these final 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I think it probably will give him some headway. Whether he wins it or not, we'll see. I think Pennsylvania, to me, is the best case of the mirage, the red and blue mirage. We don't know whether these are early votes, whether these are absentee votes, whether they're day of votes yet. And so, I would go back to something Nate Silver said, has been repeating over and over tonight. Wait till an entire jurisdiction is in before you get too excited.
I think we have to do that. There's no question about that. Eva Pilgrim, you spent a lot of time with suburban women in the state of Pennsylvania.
That's right, George. And specifically with moms, a lot of them telling me they usually avoid talking about politics amongst their mom groups. But this year, that just wasn't possible because so many of the things that are very political right now directly impact them and their children. In their text chains, you can see what some of those things are. They're talking about masking their children. They're talking about virtual learning. Are you sending your kid back to school? Should we go on vacation this summer? Those were all the discussions that they were having. And a lot of these moms telling me that, previously in other elections, they weren't really that plugged in. They've maybe voted in a presidential election prior, but this year they thought it was very important to vote. George?
Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. Let's go to Nate Silver before we go to break. Nate, let's take one more look at your magical I shouldn't call it magical, your very scientific forecast there. And what happens if Pennsylvania flips this year, went to Donald Trump 4 years ago, goes to Joe Biden this time around?
So again, I'm going to make things a bit more suspenseful. Give Donald Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, but then if you give Biden Pennsylvania, it's going to show us the numbers going up. We'll see where it calculates here in a second. It's not quite the same as Ohio because it's a little bit of a more purple state. But you see Biden's up to 91% despite losing the South. If he wins back Pennsylvania, they'd have to hold the Wisconsin and Michigan.
So that's really interesting. It kind of brings you back to where you were at the beginning of the night.
It narrows the range, right? If Biden wins Pennsylvania, things are not going to fall apart from in the Midwest. He's also not going to have any type of landslide victory. But it would bring the probability back. It would mean that you have a close election where Biden is favored, but it's this kind of wide range of possible outcomes.
Chris?
Just heard from Republican leadership in Ohio that Trump has now pulled ahead in Ohio and that they believe Trump will win between 1.5 and 2 points.
Right now, what we're seeing on our board right now is 64% of the expected vote in. Joe Biden just ahead by a little bit, but you're saying you're getting that from your sources right now inside Ohio. They're looking at the vote that they're still waiting on, and they believe, at least, we're not ready to say that, they believe that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Damn, I've been talking this whole time on mute. Ain't nobody say nothing. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Y'all sat here and just staring at me. And I'm just moving my mouth and ain't nobody say nothing. But anyway, so like I was saying, definitely a close race so far. It's still pretty early. A lot of states are just getting like 8 to 10, 15% of their expected votes in. So still kind of early to, get excited. But, I mean, a lot of people are paying attention to Pennsylvania right now. Pennsylvania is actually the 5th largest state in terms of electoral votes. And so if Biden is able to win Pennsylvania, which it was previously a red state in 2016, if you are able to take that to a Democratic state, I mean, that's an extra 20 electoral votes, which is huge in an election. So that's why they kind of paying so much attention to it. Oh, now y'all want to say something. Now y'all want to tell me that my mic is muted. Ain't nobody say nothing the whole time. I was just sitting there just talking and just yapping. I was trying to be respectful so y'all can hear the broadcast, but Y'all really just sat there and just let me talk. That's crazy. Got me looking crazy. But yeah, man, how y'all feeling? How y'all feeling about it, man? How y'all feeling about everything so far? Are y'all excited? Y'all feel like do y'all feel as though Biden's going to win? Do y'all feel like it's going to be 4 more years of Trump? I still want to hear from the people who didn't vote. If you didn't vote, I'm not judging you. All right, I'm lying. I'm judging you a little bit. But comment below, because you got to be a bold person and not vote. And I'm not talking about like if you can't vote. If you can't vote, that's different. Like if you are legally unable to vote, then that's different. But if you have the ability to vote, I feel as though you should. And I'm not even saying, you know, vote for Biden, vote for somebody. You should let your voice be heard. But if you didn't vote, I mean, comment below, let me know. If you did, even if you did vote, why did you vote? Why did you vote today? Because I know a lot of people feel as though, I mean, both Trump and Biden are trash. So, I mean, how are y'all feeling? How are y'all feeling? I'm curious. I'm gonna put the broadcast back up so we don't miss anything. But, and how are y'all feeling about Congress? Because Congress, I think a lot of people forget about checks and balances. A lot of the stuff that people are expecting from the presidency is actually going to be coming from Congress. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff that people expected for Obama to do. I mean, he had a Republican Congress, so I mean, it really wasn't anything that he can do because they would, you know, just not pass bills to him for him to sign. So, how y'all feeling? Michelle said there is so much to count still. I agree. Delanda said there's a man, a historian or something, that has allegedly predicted every president, and he said Biden, so I'm gonna roll with that. Hey, I roll with that too. I'm feeling good, so I'm hoping that Biden wins. I mean, we not a political show, but I mean, we never censored ourselves before. I'm not even like a diehard Democrat. I just don't think Trump is fit to lead this country. He almost started a war arguing on Twitter. So let's check back in and see what they're saying. Let's see what they got going.
But President Trump has got to be happy with this number at this hour right now. But again, a lot of the vote out in Atlanta.
Lindsay Davis, what are you seeing in Georgia?
You know, Georgia is 6th overall when it comes to the total number of coronavirus cases in our country. I think that one good image is that Governor Kemp today dropped off his ballot in a ballot drop box because he's quarantining because he came into contact with somebody who tested positive on Friday, though it's worth noting that he also did take a rapid test and is subsequently tested negative. But look, we're seeing the same thing that we saw in North Carolina, where the 3 counties that are hardest hit by coronavirus, all are counties that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. We'll remember that Governor Kemp was criticized for trying to open up Georgia early, and he then had that lawsuit against Keisha Bottoms, the mayor of Atlanta, when she implemented that mask mandate, which he later dropped. But what's interesting is, you know, black voters make up 32% of the eligible voting population in Georgia, and a lot has been said tonight about the black voters not turning up, and I do think that it's relevant to talk about the disproportionate effect on black and brown communities. Of course, you know, black people make up 13% of the population, but 20% of the COVID deaths, 1 out of 900 black people have died as a result of coronavirus.
Okay, Lindsay Davis, thanks very much. Let's take another look at the state of Texas right now. Not expected to be a battleground this year, but it is close.
Oh, he just breezed straight past that. He didn't want to talk about the black people.
Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead over Joe Biden right now. Tom, what stands out?
What stands out for me, George, as I put Texas here in the middle of the map so we can see it a little bigger, absentee, basically neck and neck, George. Look at that right there. Democrats had to build a lead on the early vote, especially in a state like Texas, but Republicans showed up early as well, and they voted there in Texas. Look, a lot of red counties. Texas has been Republican for a very long time. Jimmy Carter was the last Democrat to win this state. Some things that are good for Democrats are around the Dallas County suburb areas, and we'll show you why. So Fort Worth, which is usually a Republican stronghold, let me clear this out here. Tarrant County, 49%. It's neck and neck. President Trump won this by almost 10 points 4 years ago. We go a little bit higher here to Denton County. It's the same story. President Trump underperforming there. But here's something that's interesting. In Houston, Harris County, the biggest county So far, it's essentially the same race as it was 4 years ago. Harris County, Houston, is an area where the Democrats have to run up the score even more if they have any chance of winning in Texas, because you go to one of these red counties, George, look at that, in East Texas, it's 3-1, and it's like that all across East Texas.
Matt Dowd is in Texas. Matt, it looks like John Cornyn is going to be returned as a Republican senator from Texas, but in the final days of his campaign, he started to break a little bit, uncharacteristically, from President Trump.
Well, I think he saw the numbers in Texas and the changing nature. He's catching up to the changing nature of the state of Texas, which, as we've talked about earlier, has gone from a solid red state to now, I think, a slightly red state. I think in the end, Biden's going to get really close in this state as I look at the numbers, very close, closer than any presidential candidate in 40 some odd years. But I don't think he's going to have enough. It's those last 2 or 3 points that are really hard, but he'll get really close. The other thing I'm going to say is what's played out in Florida is not playing out in Texas. So I think I'd counsel everybody to not interpret one place as meaning it's going to affect another place. The Hispanic vote here went really well for Joe Biden, much better than Donald Trump did here last time among the Hispanic vote. So I just counsel everybody that one state, Florida, may be about Florida, but it may not necessarily be about others.
What are we seeing? Thank you, Matt, in the exit polls in Texas, David?
You know, similar to what Matt Dowd was saying, you know, some pretty decent exit polls for the president, though, who's looking at this, 55% approve. But to Matt's point on the Latino vote, which is significant, 59% went for Joe Biden, though I'll point out that Hillary Clinton had 61% 4 years ago. So Joe Biden still has some room to grow there if he's going to match her numbers.
Okay, coming up on 10 p.m. in the East, polls are going to close in 4 more states. We'll be right back.
Damn, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. I gotta stop muting myself, man. My bad, y'all. My bad. So I was saying, Pretty Boy, he said really wanted Jay Simmons to win, but the people didn't get behind her. By people, I mean blacks. A black woman running on her own. No one covered her story. Essence magazine picked Joe over her. How do y'all feel about that? How y'all feel? I mean, it's kind of messed up. I mean, kind of the same story that we, constantly talk about, just how black women are done in America. I mean, it's messed up. It's messed up. Hey, let's say somebody join the show with him so we can keep this mic under control. How about you join? I told y'all, if y'all want to join, let me know. If you would like to join, you see the little ticker at the bottom, let us know if you want to join the show. Hey, y'all, come on, man. El Dottie wasn't able to make it today, I guess. So flying solo, man. So y'all hop on. Let me know. Y'all let me know. Pretty Boy said, nowhere in the Constitution does it state we have to have one party representing everyone, but people stick to the Dems and Republicans because they're popular. I agree. One thing I always say is I really wish that they would change the policy on how people are selected to participate in the debates. I would really, really love for the independent candidates to be able to participate in the debates. Like, y'all know how it was Biden and Trump, and then Kamala Harris and Mike Pence. Like, I really, really would have enjoyed if they changed how people are able to qualify for the debates. I forget the exact ruling or the exact rules that govern people. Hold on, let me add this back up. I forget the exact rules on how people are chosen to be a part of the debates, but it's basically something with funding or something like that to basically I mean you basically it's nearly impossible for people to be a part of the debates or qualify for the debates if they are an independent person. So it's kind of messed up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute this junk so we don't miss no audio from it. I'm not gonna mute myself this time, or I won't forget. I promise.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna forget to mute myself again, didn't y'all? Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't. Yeah. I learned my lesson. Fool me once, shame on you, or shame on me, or is it you fool me can't get fooled again? Hey, I can see how George Bush got hung up on that joke. I don't know. Is it fool me once, shame on you? Fool me twice, shame on me? Fool me 3 times? I don't know. How that joint go? I'm gonna cash out somebody $1 if you comment below and tell me how it go. But yeah, man, this thing is close. It's close right now. It's close. I'm really interested to see how this Congress is going to play out. Especially since we were able to convert a seat on to the Democratic side. I'm very, very interested. I'm really hoping that we can get a Democratic Congress. I really am. Especially because the Biden-Harris platform is they're pro legalizing recreational use of marijuana, which is something that I firmly believe should have been happened. Just because, just look at history, the disproportionate effects of the war on drugs and how they've affected, people of color, particularly black people. Like they were just saying, like it's so many different things that's affected the black community. We make up 13% of the total population. Yet we got all these different things that are constantly plaguing us at disproportional rates. Like even hell, coronavirus. They just said 20% of people, of black people. Well, 20% of the cases are made up of black people, despite us being 13% of the population. And 1 in 900 black people that contract coronavirus are passing away. So it's just. It's just always something that's disproportionately affecting us. But if we can get a Democratic Congress and Trump up out of there, I think that we can really see some positive policies start to come out of that. Particularly one that probably affects a lot of us, personally, or people that we know or whatever. That's always scrambling because they got to take a drug test for a new job, or they got caught up and they had, a bag of weed on them. Now they got locked up, all these different things. I think that that's something that can directly impact us, because people are always wondering, like, how is this going to impact me? How is this election going to impact me? Well, if we can get, a situation going where, we have some of these policies start to change that are directly impacting us on a daily basis. I think that one, that'll restore a lot of people's faith in politics in general, and motivating them to, become more active. But two, it'll just increase, it'll improve, the overall quality of life for a lot of people. It ain't gonna change everything overnight, of course, but I don't know. I think it'll improve it a little bit. So, look like the House is, y'all see right here, the House is winning 155 to 140, but it's still pretty close. So, let's go ahead and hop back in and see what they got to say.
She's trying to fend off her Democratic challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Now, some surprised that it's such a battle here for Joni Ernst. She's a rising star in the Republican Party, and Teresa Greenfield, relatively unknown. She describes herself as a businesswoman and a scrappy farm girl. But the Democrats, George, dumped $94 million into her campaign, trying to flip that seat.
Keena Whitworth, thanks very much. The polls have also closed in 3 more states. Polls have closed in the state of Nevada. 6 electoral votes in play. A lot of early voting in that state, but we cannot project a winner yet. Polls have also closed in the state of Utah. Again, a vote by mail state, but we cannot call that yet. 6 electoral votes. And the polls have closed in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes. Key Senate race there as well, but not enough vote in to make a projection yet. So we want to take another look now at one of the key states in that so-called blue wall for the Democrats, the state of Michigan. Right now, 23% of the expected vote is in, and Donald Trump, it appears, Tom Yamas, has a huge lead right now.
Yeah, okay, so spoiler alert, it's a little funky right now in Michigan, okay? Let me show you why. The big reason, George, is because we don't have the early vote yet, okay? We don't have the early vote in yet, so we can't sort of work that into our numbers so far. But here's one reason why these numbers at this point don't make sense. Wayne County, you have Donald Trump on top, but there's only 3% of the vote in. Macomb County, which is one of those really key counties that President Trump won 4 years ago, the home of the Reagan Democrats, he's way up, but he's way up from where he was 4 years ago. So again, there's not enough vote in. We're going to be looking at places like Grand Rapids. This is Kent County, where President Trump won 4 years ago. But again, these are all areas that 2 years later, Gretchen Whitmer came in that blue wave, and she was able to turn those counties back to blue.
John Carl, this, of course, we saw all the polls leading up to the election day in Michigan. Joe Biden was leading consistently by anywhere from 5 to 10 points in that state. This could be one of those red mirage states.
Yeah, it's either the polling was way off, and a lot of pollsters should be fired, or we're seeing a bit of a red mirage here. And remember, in the state of Michigan, there's a lot of mail-in voting, and the state, in most of the state, they don't even open the ballots until today. In some jurisdictions, they started opening them yesterday. It takes time. It takes a long time. They had warned us that the vote in Michigan is likely to take well beyond tonight. So I would expect, as that mail-in vote is counting, that's Democratic vote, that margin, those numbers change pretty dramatically.
Let's take a look at the state of Michigan, of Wisconsin as well right now. Let's pull that up. 30% of the expected vote in. A little bit closer there, Tom. More of the vote has been counted, but Donald Trump is slightly ahead.
Yeah, slightly ahead. This is one of the states he won. You know, it was very close here, 23,000 votes. We're going to be talking about Milwaukee. This is so important. 15% of the total vote. Joe Biden is where he needs to be, but he's got to bring that number up a little bit. We only have about 30% of the vote in, so he can catch up there. We're also going to be talking about the WOW counties. This is Waukesha, Ozaukee, and some of the others, Washington as well. In Waukesha, President Trump won 4 years ago. This is actually a pretty good lead for him at 60% in. He's holding what he had 4 years ago. That's exactly what he has to do. Still not enough vote in. You know, like some of these swing counties I can take a look at here. Price, a tiny county, Donald Trump on top, building on his lead there, but only 12%. So it's a little hard to sort of pull data out of here. In Green Bay, Brown County, you know, Donald Trump's sort of performing where he needs to be. But again, it's so little here. Kenosha, of course, we want to talk about as well because it had such a big role. We were talking about the social justice that swept across the country with the Jacob Blake shooting there. Donald Trump on top. He won this just barely 4 years ago. He has a big lead right now. But again, I just think that there still needs a lot of vote to come in.
While we're looking at the blue wall, let's pick up Pennsylvania again. Let's take a check back in and see where Pennsylvania is. At this point, 23% of the expected vote in.
All right, we got a lot more vote in here, George. So let's take a look. We'll start with Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Trump on top right there. He's going to like those numbers. Joe Biden is not. Just south of that, Lucerne. This is Wilkes-Barre, PA. Joe Biden behind again there. You know, he's doing better than Hillary Clinton. That's some good news, but President Trump still on top. And we got to talk about Philadelphia again. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in here. Philadelphia, giant margins, but this is what John Carl was just talking about. George, we just don't have the vote in, only 9%. Those counties around, this is Bucks County. This is kind of one of Montgomery, excuse me. Let me see if we can find Bucks over here. Philadelphia, let's go over here. Yeah, Chester. Oh, we don't have Bucks yet. Chester's another big suburbs around the Philadelphia area. Joe Biden doing well there. So, I mean, look, George, 23%, and it's hard to kind of pull any kind of narratives at this point so early in the night. Pittsburgh, we'll look at this because this is where Joe Biden has to run up the score, and there he has at 80%. That's a great number for him, but only 15%. George, it's tough at this hour.
It may be a little early to start to play out narratives, but Rahm Emanuel, let's try to do a little bit. This is looking a little bit right now like a replay of 2016.
Well, I'm not sure. The problem we have is you have so much early voting, and every state is different of when they count that. And so we're looking at counties, and you can extrapolate. I mean, you look at how close Ohio is. It's basically 6% right now, better than it was in 2016. But you look at, I think it's still going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think this entire election is going to be basically still what everybody thought going into it. But if you look at where Joe Biden was performing in Ohio, Akron, Toledo, Hamilton County, Cuyahoga County, Franklin County, you can extrapolate that that's very good news for both Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. But again, each state counts their early votes. Some of them count before the day of the polls close. And then in Pennsylvania, they don't start counting them. They have still got 3 more days of ballots to come in. So it's going to be very hard, but you do have trend lines that show a performance about working class, older voters, suburban voters, college-educated voters.
But so far, we haven't seen, Chris Christie, any big surprises yet. We haven't called any of the battlegrounds at all, and this is going to take
It's going to take some time. But, George, I think what we know now tonight, after 10 o'clock, is that the predictions that this was going to be a big Biden win are done. And really what this is going to come down to now is a few states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Arizona. Everything I'm seeing, we haven't called anything yet, but Republicans are very optimistic in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Iowa. And so it's really now...
And Ohio.
And Ohio. So you're really coming down to Pennsylvania, Arizona, and get Ohio to a place where everybody is comfortable. So no one was predicting that 24 hours ago. They were predicting 330 votes for electoral votes for Joe Biden.
As you're talking, I just got some news in my ear, and I want to pull up the state of Arizona because this is potentially big news right here from the state of Arizona. 70% of the expected vote is in from Arizona. There was so much early vote in that state. More than 90% of the 2016 vote came in before Election Day. And one of the things you see right there is that Donald Trump is now losing with 70% of the expected vote into Joe Biden, 55-44. Tommy Amos, let's take a dive.
Yeah, George, at this hour, this is a major story and a major development. Not all the vote is in right now, but Maricopa County, this is going to be 3/4 of the total vote in all of Arizona. Joe Biden is on top. 4 years ago,
wow.
This was a county, let me show you, 4 years ago, this was a county that President Trump won. It was tight, but that Joe Biden has this lead right now is very encouraging news for Democrats. We're going to go to the Democratic stronghold now of Tucson, Pima County. This is where... Look at this number, George. I mean, these are the kind of numbers that Joe Biden would want in some of those other battleground states with 80% of the vote in. I'm going to go to this county right here, Yuma. President Trump barely won this. This is a border county. You have conservative agricultural families, but you also have the Latino vote there as well. President Trump looks like he's doing well. He's building on the lead he had 4 years ago. But again, Maricopa County, and Maricopa really, it's a reflection of America. You have big cities like Phoenix. You have medium-sized cities like Scottsdale, agricultural. You have the universities, the tourist areas. Joe Biden's looking at this number right now. It's going to make him very happy.
David, here, what do the exit polls say about Arizona?
A couple of things coming out of Arizona right now that are really interesting. First of all, independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in that state. So let's go right to that. 52% of independents, according to the exit polls, are going with Joe Biden. And when you go down some of these numbers, President Trump's job performance, 53% disapprove of his handling of the job as president. The opinion of Trump, 54% have an unfavorable view. So underwater, and more so than many of the states we've looked at so far. Look at Joe Biden. 50% favorable. And when you start getting into some of these key areas, COVID, Joe Biden has the edge in handling COVID. The economy, though, is Donald Trump's strength, it appears, in Arizona, at least according to the exit polls. Got a 3-point lead there, but still very close. One more key area, George, Hispanic and Latino vote. Joe Biden with 63% of the Latino vote tonight in Arizona.
According to the exit polls. John Carl, we know there are national trends at play here, but Arizona has been a deep red state. Yep. But as what Tip O'Neill used to say, all politics is local as well. John McCain McCain, the late Senator John McCain, a target of Donald Trump for years. Sidney McCain endorsed Joe Biden. Jeff Flake, former senator from Arizona, Republican conservative, endorsed Joe Biden.
They both endorsed Sidney McCain, spoke at the Democratic convention, and those attacks on John McCain were relentless. He resisted taking the flag down to half staff when McCain died. None of that played well in Arizona. But I do want to have a note of caution on Arizona. Arizona is the reverse of what I was saying about Pennsylvania and Michigan. Arizona is where they're counting. They've been counting the early vote for weeks. So as the day-in vote comes in, I expect Arizona to get a lot closer. And I think Governor Christie made an important point here. This is going to be a long night, and we're going to
be a long week.
It could be a long week. We're going to need patience. I don't see Joe Biden running away with any of those states in the Sun Belt. We'll see what happens in Arizona, but we're going to be waiting on Pennsylvania. We may be waiting on Michigan and Wisconsin.
Nate,
George,
go ahead.
One interesting thing from Michigan Republican leadership that just came in the Senate race. In the vote by mail that's been counted so far, and it's about 25% overall counted, Senator Peters is winning by about 20 points in the vote by mail. But on the election day voting, John James is winning by 22 points. So what they're looking at least in the first 25% of the vote, is that it's going to be a very close Senate race in Michigan. We don't know yet what will happen, but there's not a blowout there, and it's doing exactly what John was talking about in Arizona. You know, it's splitting very heavy Democrat on the vote by mail, but very heavy Republican, 22 points on voting today.
The Arizona, I just got a report from the Biden campaign. The Arizona vote by mail is outperforming their model by 70,000 votes. They expected 150,000 margin. They got a 220,000 margin.
Okay, let's go to Nate Silver then and take a look at, Nate, let's look at your forecast and show what happens if the state of Arizona, red in 2016, goes to blue in 2020.
And again, we're going to give Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, where he's probably the favorite at this point. But again, if Biden wins Arizona, then he's going to shoot up to, I think, around 70-some% here. It's not as important for him as Pennsylvania. It's not a Midwestern state. Actually, more than that, 75%. But, you know, Trump has to hit, like I said, all his marks, and Arizona is one where he would much prefer to have won.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Coming up on 10:15 here in these, we have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to
so this is interesting, y'all. This is very, very interesting. Basically, you got two huge states that well not huge in size, but two states that were in 2016 red states, Arizona and Pennsylvania, that they are currently being very optimistic about it turning to a Democratic state, a blue state. I don't think people understand that. If the exact same results came out from 2016, if all the states voted the exact same, and the only states that changed were Arizona and Pennsylvania, then Trump would literally only be up by 7 electoral votes. And I suspect that it's going to be other states. I think that there's going to be a couple other states that's going to sway over towards Biden. Right now, they're still keeping an eye on Texas. I mean, I'm not too optimistic about Texas, but I mean, they're not saying that it's a blowout right now. And the same thing with Florida. I mean, it's not a blowout, but I mean, they're optimistic about both of those. So I'm interested to see. How all of this shit plays out, because I mean, it's close. It's close right now. If Biden could pick up Arizona and Pennsylvania, I mean, he got a pretty damn good chance. Pretty Boy says if Joe wins Arizona, he pretty much has it in the bag. I mean, I don't know if I would put that much on Arizona, but if he's able to pull off Arizona and Pennsylvania, I mean that's good odds right there. So, and then Cena says, Wayne County is Detroit, FYI. Michigan is going to flip this year. She can feel it. Okay, well that's interesting. Michigan, I think Michigan has 16? Yeah, 16. They have 16 electoral votes. So, I mean, if Cena right, and if Pretty Boy right, and if my feeling about Pennsylvania is right, then shit, we win. So shit, I drink to that. Cheers, y'all. How y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling about everything? Y'all still with me? Oh shit. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the show.
Hey man, what's up? What's up?
How you doing? How you doing?
Mute your video.
Oh yeah. Let me mute that. All right, what's going on, bro? Welcome. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? El Dottie, the bad guy.
Yeah. How you doing, everybody? My name is El Dottie, the bad guy. I'm late. You know what I'm saying? Shit happens. I'm the bad guy. I would like to apologize. And I'd like to apologize to my to the guest that was supposed to be on here as well, bro. It's my fault. My bad. I fucked up. I got you next time, bro. But yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Word, bro. Well, shit, we just keeping an eye on these results right now, bro.
Yeah, I've been watching for at least the last half hour.
Word. Yeah, well, appreciate you gracing us with your presence, my brother.
Yeah,
Everything straight though? Everything good on your end, bro? I see you drinking. What you drinking on?
Man, I threw the can away, but it's a orange IPA.
Okay.
From I can't even remember the company, but I'm drinking an orange IPA. You know.
Oh, okay. Word. Shit, it's something. It's beer.
Yeah. It's a brew.
Word.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, we just been keeping an eye on the results as they coming in.
Right.
Things are interesting right now. Right now, Biden is winning 89 to 72 in terms of the electoral votes. Democrats are winning the Senate right now, 40 to 38. So it's still pretty close, but we did get a seat gain that was guaranteed. So that's exciting. And we just need 51 to control the Senate and the House. I think we're up on the House too. Oh no. Actually, we down on the House. Okay, so Republicans are up on the House 157, 145. So I just been kind of stressing, you know what I'm saying, the whole thing about checks and balances. If we really want to see true change, we're gonna have to see. I mean, if people want to see a night and day difference, we're gonna need a Democrat House, Democrat Senate, and Biden to win. You know what I'm saying? Because I think if all three of those things happen, we're gonna be able to smoke some gas.
But what are the chances, my friend? Come on.
Hey, bro, I because you know Kamala Harris, or am I saying it right? Kamala Harris or Kamala Harris? She part of her thing is she wants to legalize it. I believe Biden also wants to legalize it. Biden has been the first president to become vocal about not president, but one of the first presidential candidates that's made it this far to be vocal about black issues. And then he has a black woman as his vice president or vice president candidate. So I mean, honestly, and I know neither.
Why
what?
Why is now important to care about, black issues, and why is it important to have, a black woman as your vice president? Like why is that a focus now? Is it a marketing tactic, bro, or is it is it something that's genuine, that when if they were to actually, because the big debate was the lesser of two evils, right?
Yeah,
exactly. The evil of the lesser two evils actually start to play.
Right. And so that's the thing. Like, I'm not super, like, I'm not expecting all black issues to just suddenly be resolved and we supposed to all of a sudden get our 40 acres and a mule. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, the Senate just got. Damn. Okay. I'm not expecting.
Just so you know, bro, it's Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. Okay, Kamala Harris. Why the other A in there? I guess that shit's silent. All right, yeah, Kamala.
That's the black her.
Kamala. Well, maybe Kamala. Okay. Man, that's crazy. So we just hold on. I'm gonna play this audio real quick because I want to see what they saying about this real quick.
once-in-a-lifetime situation that brought Doug Jones, a Democrat, representing Alabama in the Senate.
So, Mary Bruce, one pickup for the Democrats, one pickup for the Republicans. We're back to where we started.
Exactly. We are back to ground zero essentially here tonight. If you look at the math, then in order for Democrats to be able to flip the Senate, they now need a net gain of 3 seats if Joe Biden wins. Again, that's because Kamala Harris would then become that tie-breaking vice presidential vote. If Donald Trump wins, then they would need a net gain of 4 seats tonight. Democrats, though, of course, are very optimistic that they can still tonight gain the majority.
Coming up on 10:30, a long way to go on this election night 2020. We'll be right back.
I don't know, bro. But yeah, like to your point, I definitely think it's a marketing tactic. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, people are paying attention to black issues. They're basically pandering to black people for the votes. But I think the difference is, one, you have a black woman as the vice president, and I mean, I think that all things considered, she's not perfect, but I do think that she's going to help to influence him to get shit done. I also think that he's still going to trust the advice of Barack Obama, you know what I'm saying, as like his mentor. And I also think that I also think that these next 4 years are going to be paramount in terms of whether or not he's going to get reelected. So if he doesn't, you know what I'm saying, become more like, if he doesn't continue to be vocal on black issues and issues that are affecting marginalized groups, then I don't think that he'll win a second term, because I think voters in general are just becoming a lot more intentional, and I think that black voters are kind of making people work harder to not only get our votes but keep our votes. You know what I'm saying? So he might win this first 4 years, but if he don't put in that work, you know what I'm saying, with the black community, he definitely gonna lose us. But I mean, who knows who the next Republican candidate is gonna be? Shit, they might pick they really might put Kanye in that bitch. Shit, shit. At this point, anybody could be the damn president.
Yeah, I try to stay away from politics, bro. I really don't like it, because when I think about politics, I think about, you know, shit out of my control. You know, I don't really do politics no more like I used to, bro.
hey, by the way, y'all, this is coming from a man who majored in political science in college, when he like fuck politics. But
yeah, because I seen some scary shit like when I thought about it, because I actually wanted to be in politics, and when I thought about it, you know what I'm saying, like that's the one place you go where somebody always try to have some kind of leverage over you, you know what I'm saying? And it, depending on your position on the totem pole, you know, you have to succumb to, you know, the powers that be. And that I don't take powers that be very lightly, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to put myself directly in that path. I want to put myself, if I was to, you know, put myself in a path, I would put it in a path to be able to maintain my leverage, you know what I'm saying, of being a citizen versus a political figure, you know, because I don't think that politicians, they don't connect, you know what I'm saying, with everyday people, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like there's enough reach back. I don't feel like there's enough care. I feel like all of this shit, none of this shit is real. In the word of my man Roy, none of this shit is real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I feel like when you have people who, because, you know, we voted, right? Everybody voted, you know, people trying to create change. But then is it up to us just voting? You know it's not.
Well, I think a big issue is that a lot of people wait for the presidential election to actually get involved in politics and actually pay attention to what the fuck going on. And then when the results aren't favorable, they just like, oh, well, that shit just all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Not enough people, including myself, not enough people are invested enough in local politics. Not enough people are invested in voting for, you know, other offices outside of the president and the vice president. A lot of people when they went to the polls, the other names that were on that ballot, they had never heard of them.
No, that's
you know what I'm saying?
That's typically how it goes because this is the show right here. This
Right.
is the show. Like what they don't know is that those local politics, those local government people, they the ones who affect where you at immediately.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That federal stuff takes some time to really find its way and circulate through the Americas. You know what I'm saying? So including that marijuana legalization.
Right.
That's gonna take time to get down. They gotta get shit together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So those local governments and those local positions are definitely what makes the immediate impact and an immediate change that you know a lot of people want to see. And even with that,
hold up. You see that? Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
shut up. Let me shut the fuck up.
Hold on, we gonna unmute this real quick, y'all.
Oh, missed it.
Hey, look, we see we like hold on.
Hey, what you say?
Jersey said, "Hey, yeah, legalize that shit, cuz."
I know, niggas.
Word, but no, that's definitely a great point, and I mean one example of that is because I mean people focus on the presidents and we ask them the same bullshit questions every year. What are your views on healthcare? What are your plans for healthcare? What are your views on diplomacy and international relations? How would you stop the war in Iraq? How would you bring our troops home? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all that shit.
Man, how you gonna stop these motherfuckers from killing us, dog?
Word. You know what I'm saying?
How you gonna make me feel safe every time I walk out my door that goddamn I ain't gonna get killed by somebody of the other color, nigga? How the fuck you gonna help me to get jobs and secure motherfucking generational wealth by teaching me and giving me the resources about shit like land and the importance of real estate and how to understand the stock market and how to utilize all the tools that you utilize on a daily basis and teach your kids how to utilize on a daily basis so they can teach their kids how to utilize on a daily basis. But you like to throw motherfucking shit in our way like poverty. There you go, nigga. Figure out how to get it done. You know what? Fuck that. Not just poverty. Nah. Drugs. You know what we gonna do? We gonna put drugs in your community. And then you know what we gonna do? We gonna lock the niggas up that we fucking give the drugs to sell. Let's see how they get out of that shit there. How the fuck you gonna fix that, Mr. White Man?
But even beyond that, it's still like, you know what I'm saying, on a local level, because everybody paying attention to the show, the main stage, the presidential election. But, you know what I'm saying, we seen in the southern states, I think that was what, Alabama or somewhere down south, where the state had ruled, you know what I'm saying, it was illegal for women to get abortions. You know what I'm saying? And that was on the local level. That wasn't a federal thing. That was just in that particular state. Luckily, I think the Supreme Court overruled it, you know what I'm saying, and ruled that it was unconstitutional or something like that. And they couldn't control women's bodies and stuff. But, I mean, it's shit like that. Like, everybody's so focused on the main stage, and you got shit like this happening. Let me bring this back up. You got shit like that happening, and I mean, you just gotta stay mindful of the fact that it's not just voting for the presidency. You know what I'm saying? And then, like Cena said, you know what I'm saying, or people vote and then expect magic to happen, or conversely think all is lost. Like, no, the work is just beginning. To be honest, I agree. And Pretty Boy also made a good point. We have to vote in every election, not just presidential. Make them stand on their word. I agree 100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying? And they say, he said, asking questions about stuff that people don't know or care about. Agreed. But that's when it's important for us to be involved in politics on every level, so that the people that are gaining traction in terms of, you know what I'm saying, candidacy, if they aren't appealing to their constituents, we like, nah, fuck that. We not fucking with them. You know what I'm saying? People not getting nominated, you know what I'm saying, unless we approve for them. You know what I'm saying? Unless we approve of them. We got to get to that point where we know who the potential candidates are before, you know what I'm saying, it pops up on CNN or ABC or NBC. You know what I'm saying? We got to already know what they've been doing for the past couple of years. You know what I'm saying? We got to have people in different cities that's able to network and say, yo, this is what they've been doing in my city, you know what I'm saying, for the past 2 years on our local council and shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what they've been doing as the mayor of my city. You know what I'm saying? And this is why they shouldn't become the governor. This is why they shouldn't go to Congress. This is why they shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying, the presidential candidate. So, yeah, we just got to get more involved, bro. We got to get more involved.
Yeah, but then my thing is, are we though? That's
right.
We talk about shit all the time. I'm just trying to figure out like when shit gonna happen for real.
Word, shit, motherfuckers just gotta stop talking and do. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's why I almost whipped my brother ass today. Cause I woke up this morning, you know what I'm saying? And, I walked out till he was off work today. I walked out about to make my coffee, and I was like, "Wait, hey son, did you vote? Did you vote yet?" He's like, "Nah." I'm like, why the fuck not? What the fuck you waiting on? You know what I'm saying? He was like, damn, bro, like today my day off. I'm gonna go vote today. I'm like, oh, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? So he went and voted, you know what I'm saying? Went up the street and voted. But I think it's like shit like that. Like we gotta make sure that we holding our friends accountable and then also start to have these conversations like, yo, you heard about, you know, this person in this office, you heard about this shit that they just did? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's how it starts, you know what I'm saying? Encouraging people, having these conversations more often, you know what I'm saying? Keeping people looped in and in the know. If you know something, teach somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold it over your head or over their head that, oh, y'all stupid. Y'all don't keep up with politics. You know what I'm saying? Just have a conversation. Everybody talking about the latest Jays that's coming out. Everybody talking about, oh, y'all heard about Atlanta wide open, you know what I'm saying? They down there doing hookah and licking ass. You know what I'm saying? Everybody talking about all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Talk about these candidates. You know what I'm saying? Talk about what's going on in the politics and shit.
It's not going to happen. It's only being talked about because it's cool, right? And it's the cool thing to talk about right now, bro. That won't happen, bro. People got to be willing to accept that and want to talk about it and not think that it's over talked about. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where, you know, it's about people perceptions, and you don't really, you know, have those type of conversations with people who aren't open to them, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I myself was a last minute voter, you know what I'm saying? But it was different. It was for different reasons. It's not, you know, because I don't care or none of that shit. It's just because of my personal reasons. Like I don't feel like I like to contribute to things out of my control. And this is one of those things I feel like out of my control, because you can't tell me that there's no system at play, you know what I'm saying, that's out of our control, bro. Like that they created, you know, slavery for a reason, you know what I'm saying? And there's a manifesto for that how to maintain a slave. And I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't an updated manual on how to keep, you know what I'm saying, black people oppressed, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I think that politics, especially what's going on in the White House with, you know, this guy who is condoning shit, you know what I'm saying, but not condoning it, but condoning it, you know what I'm saying? Like saying, hey, you know, there's good people on both sides, buddy. Even though they don't like you for your skin color, they still all right, buddy. How when the face of it all, I ain't gonna say he controls shit, but the face of it all is condoning.
Hey, word. I agree. Well, real quick, I just want to point out, you see where this journalist just happened.
I
think that's dope. I feel like this was very intentional for those of y'all that didn't peep. You know what I'm saying? Just looking it back. Look right here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see, say their name. You know what I'm saying? The faces, the murals and stuff. I think that was definitely a good play right there. So shout out to that black man right there. I appreciate that.
Black man.
Word. But yeah, no, I definitely feel you. But you hold on. Let me unmute this real quick because this is where we at. Hold on.
No data on right now in North Carolina. The race is very, very close. We're looking at a spread of about 40,000 votes. This is Granville County right here. This is a swing county. President Trump won it back for Republicans 4 years ago. There's about 15,000 votes for Republicans, 15 to 20,000 votes. That could affect the score. I mean, this is such a close race. This was a state that President Trump outright won 4 years ago, and yet right now it's a nail biter. A lot of the swing counties, President Trump has been able to hold on, especially in the southern southern part of the state on the border of South Carolina. But Charlotte, this is
all right.
County. This is where they wanted to hold the RNC Republicans, hopefully to drive out some voters there later on in the year. That didn't happen because of COVID. Joe Biden's doing exactly what he has to do here. He's driving up the votes. So to win in North Carolina for Joe Biden, he's going to have to do that there and in Wake County as well. We're still waiting for some of the vote in there, but you can see Joe Biden is building on that Hillary Clinton lead in those counties. If he can keep doing that, there might still be enough vote out there, but President Trump right now on top with about 40,000 votes.
Byron Pitts, what are you hearing in Raleigh?
Well, George, I can tell you that at this point, the Democrats in the state are getting nervous. The expectation was that they knew they would have an early lead, but they thought it would be big enough that they could hold off a Republican surge. They were looking for a double-digit lead when the numbers came out. It was only 9 points. And since that time, steadily as each half hour has passed, you've seen the President Trump gain ground, and eventually he's taken the lead. And the sense is that the Democrats may be running out of time. And, George, it's still early, right? I mean, North Carolina could go either way. But at this point, one of the things that we can see is that hard work can outwork money. In this state, for instance, in the Senate race, the Democrat outspent the Republican 2-1. And in TV advertising, the Trump campaign spent in TV and radio ads. The Trump and the RNC spent $41 million. Biden and the DNC spent $56 million. And that cash difference at this point doesn't seem to be a sufficient difference for the Democrats in a state in which they felt good going into the night that they might have a comfortable lead that they could hold on to. But to this point, the Republican strategy to start close and then finish strong seems to be the direction that we're going in, George.
Byron Pitts, thanks very much. We have another call to make, another projection to make in the state of Kansas. Donald Trump is going to win the state of Kansas. Again, that's a strong red state, has always been. 6 electoral votes. He won by 21 points back in 2016. Donald Trump will win again. I want to bring in Senator Chris Coons now, Senator of Delaware, close friend and advisor to Joe Biden. It looks like we're in for a very long night, Senator Coons, maybe even several days of this to go on. Is this really going as you expected tonight?
Well, George, we had a record early turnout. 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as we're hearing from all over the country, we had record turnout in many states. So I'm optimistic. When there's record turnout, often that means Democrats win. And I'm hopeful that Joe still has several paths to 270 and towards being our next president. I think his message all along that he and Kamala Harris can bring our country together, can move us out of this deadly pandemic and the mess that Donald Trump's bungled mishandling of the pandemic has gotten us into, has connected with voters and moved people to the polls. I've been checking in with local elected officials, colleagues in the Senate, labor leaders in several states, and I'm still optimistic about a number of key states that haven't come in yet.
But so, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit more. You say he still has several paths. It looks like Donald Trump, we have not projected yet, but is on track in Florida towards a win. That was a must-win for him. Are we really heading back to the point where Joe Biden has to win all those 3 key blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, still holding out hope also in Arizona?
Arizona, I'm optimistic about, given what I'm hearing from a number of elected officials and local organizers there. And I think that means there's several different paths. It doesn't all come down to Pennsylvania. But I'll remind you, George, part of why Joe was a great candidate from the outset is he's someone who was born and raised in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, has always been close to the people of Pennsylvania, and I think has run a terrific race in Pennsylvania, as well as in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona. Those are states I'm optimistic about this evening.
Senator Coons, you still think we're going to hear from Vice President Biden tonight?
I'm hopeful, but not certain. You know, I think we need to remember that elections aren't called on election night. They may get projections from the news, but in the end, elections in the United States are decided by states and counties, and it's often days after election night when all the votes are counted. And given that we had 100 million cast early by mail and in person, we need to make sure every vote is counted before we ultimately reach a decision about this election.
And an important reminder, no question about that. Senator Coons, thanks very much for your time tonight. I want to go back to Cecilia Vega at the White House. What more are you picking up now, Cecilia, about whether or not...
Bro, this shit getting crazy, bro. This shit. I don't know if people just peep, but Trump just took the lead. I mean, it's by two votes, 2 electoral votes, but Trump definitely just took the lead. I mean, it's still early though, still early, but I mean, I don't know. Arizona's still up in the air. Pennsylvania's still up in the air. A lot of the smaller battleground states are kind of up in the air. I mean, it's just interesting, bro. It's interesting to see. But kind of going back to your point earlier, I think a lot of people in these types of situations and during these times, a lot of people feel just overall helpless because it does seem like everything is like just bigger than us. It's outside of our control. Like we can't directly influence it. You know what I'm saying? Like today, like we can't walk up to the White House and be like, yo, we want this done. We can't go to, you know what I'm saying, the Capitol and go to go talk to the Congress and say, yo, we want this done today. But I think that the important part is to realize like the government is definitely flawed, right? But it's a system and you just got to understand how the system works. And once you understand how the system works, you can make it work for you. You know what I'm saying? At least as much as possible. So if we understand, you know what I'm saying, like a lot of people hate the electoral college. They're like, oh, well, the votes don't, you know what I'm saying, my vote don't really count because the electoral college ultimately, you know, it's whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? The popular vote don't really matter. Well, I mean, it does for the most part. I mean, yeah, there's been a couple of times where, you know, we have faithless electors, but majority of the time, the electoral vote did follow, you know what I'm saying, the popular vote for that particular state. You know what I'm saying? And the candidates that are chosen are based on the electoral vote. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like that one piece that you can do as an individual. And when everybody as an individual collectively do their part, you know what I'm saying? That's how you can get the people in office that you truly want. Now, my issue, honestly, is with the candidates that are being chosen as the party representatives. I'm tired of fucking old ass white people running the country, bro. I'm just be honest with you. Like Trump is the oldest president that we done had. Biden old as fuck too. You know what I'm saying? They just two old ass white dudes.
You gotta be a certain age to even get the application, nigga.
Yeah, you gotta be 35. 35 is the age. That's what I'm saying. Like, and the only requirement. Yeah, the only requirement to be president is you gotta be 35 years of age. You gotta be born here, and you had to have lived here majority of your life.
Yeah, and be a
that's
part
it.
Of the
bloodline. Like that's it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like really anybody could be the damn president. You know what I'm saying?
You in that bloodline.
But you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I want better candidates and. I mean, I think that's what we need to figure out. How do we secure better candidates? You know what I'm saying? How do we get them to, you know what I'm saying, just overall give us better options than a Donald Trump and a Joe Biden?
Well, because they have to be voted within their respective parties, right? But how does that? So who they run against within the party? How does that get chosen? I don't know if I know that. Does anybody know?
What you mean, like so? For example, like Kamala,
and
Joe.
Yeah, Kamala. Let's say Kamala and Joe and whoever else they went against. You know what I'm saying? How were they chosen to be?
Bernie Sanders and all them. I think that they just announced it. You know what I'm saying? But the issue is because we still vote on which one is actually chosen as the Democratic nominee. You know what I'm saying? We still have.
Yeah, we make that choice, right?
Yeah. But in order for them to, you know what I'm saying, choose to run, I think that they just got to have enough money to sustain a campaign, which, I mean, really that's it. You just need bread.
You gotta have the money, okay.
Yeah, you just gotta have bread to do a campaign. Like, especially like if motherfuckers don't know you, you know what I'm saying? Like you come out of nowhere and be like, all right, you know what? I'm about to be president. Motherfuckers be like, all right, who the fuck are you?
Let me check this account real quick. Okay, comma. Comma? No. Okay.
All right, yeah, we can fuck with you.
Nigga, my friend Andrew Jackson. No, that wasn't the $100 bill. Benjamin Franklin.
Jackson is what, a dub?
Yeah, I think Jackson's the dub. My bad.
Yeah.
That's not enough. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, like Pretty Boy just said it right here. We always have better options, but it's a popularity contest and they need money. Absolutely.
Popularity contest and who's going to do what we say do. No matter what party you're in.
Yep. Basically. 41-39 for the Senate. I mean, I'm just trying to announce some type of good news. I'm really over this motherfucker stressing. But I just want to remind y'all, even though, you know, today is the United States of America presidential election, and, you know, Americans feel as though this is, you know, so important and this is what is currently the issue. But I just want to remind all of y'all that all countries matter. Don't forget, all countries matter.
Appreciate that, bro.
Anytime.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So just, voting shit.
Just wanted to remind y'all.
This
I mean, bro, no, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you finish. You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
I know it's right now. It's the U.S. of A. That has an election going on.
Right.
Like, the only one that has it going on right now. But you can't forget about other countries. You know what I'm saying? Because all countries matter.
Right, and all countries voting right now too, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
But all countries matter though, bro.
So we should vote for those countries too.
Well, I mean, you can't, but still, like, you still gotta think about them.
Well, no, you know what? The United States do understand that all countries matter, bro. That's why we go to different countries and we, you know, put our military there and we try to tap into their resources, if you will. And we try to make sure that they understand that you matter too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're right. You're right, bro. You're right. All countries matter.
All countries matter. No, I remember I wore this shirt for 4th of July and everybody was asking me like, bro, why did you like what? I got so many questions. I was just I was just going to random places just so people could see my shirt. I didn't need no gas. I went to the gas station, checked my air and my tires. I knew they was all good. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to be seen. And I go in the store and people like, hey, question. What's your shirt mean? Basically, y'all know how black people can be talking about, you know, we want police brutality to stop. You know what I'm saying? We want motherfuckers to stop killing us. Like we dying at disproportional rates while unarmed at the hands of police officers who are sworn to protect and serve us. This is a huge issue. Black lives matter. And here come non-black people. Well, you know what?
Well, buddy, you know what? Our lives matter too, buddy.
All lives matter. All lives matter.
All lives
It's
matter,
not just
buddy.
black lives.
You're not going to sit here and tell me that I haven't been stared down by you gang members. You're not going to tell me that. All lives matter.
Well,
buddy.
sir, I'm sorry. Are you also being killed disproportionately by police officers while you're unarmed?
You know who's killing me? You know who's killing me? You niggers, because you always breeding with our women's. Our women's matter too.
Well, that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that, you know, your women don't matter. We're just saying that we matter. That's all. We're saying.
How so then? How so then, black man?
I mean, we're just saying that Black lives matter. That's it. That's
why.
I mean, why not? Like, we're people. We're important. We matter.
Y'all just got that. Y'all were just made people. Before that, you were damn savages. I'm just trying to figure out how we go from you being a savage to your life mattering. But just know that all lives matter, buddy. If you have the right to say that, because this is new America. This is new America. So you have the right to say that. But
I just wanted to say,
let you know that
all black lives matter.
Buddy, that's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Like, Like, bro, do people hear how dumb that shit sound, bro? So that's why I got this shirt made. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of fuck with people, because it's like when black people say Black Lives Matter, you say all lives matter. It's basically like the current election is going on. Everybody is focused on the election in America, and I just come out of nowhere and say, well, shit, all countries matter. All countries matter. And they like, bro, we not even talking about, like, y'all don't have shit going on in fucking in Uganda.
Yeah, you gonna cover the election in Nova Scotia?
Word, like, you like, no, but all countries matter. You know what I'm saying? Or that's like me coming to you and be like, bruh, call the fire department, my house on fire. And you like, well, shit, all houses matter.
All houses matter, bro. Shit, you don't hear me calling the fire department for the house up the street who got that smoke bomb going through it.
Word, and you like, bitch, that other house ain't on fire. My house on fire. Like, you know, so that's how dumb people be sounding, bro. Like that, they stupid, bro.
That is funny.
They stupid. Look at this head ass looking motherfucker right here.
Head boy, look like a damn dweeb.
Hey, this motherfucker look like a white version of William from Girlfriends.
Oh, shit.
You heifers. Oh, hey, boo. How you doing? All right. All right, let's tune in to Janae
Norman. Yeah, let's see what Janae got to say. Come on,
see what
Janae.
she's saying.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
A surge of black voters and growing diversity in this historically red state could help propel them to victory, but Republicans remained optimistic that conservatives would choose Lindsey Graham. That's one thing the state's GOP chair talked with me about earlier today. He said demographics are not ideology, demographics are not philosophy. He told me it is conservative ideals that have given Republicans a majority here in South Carolina, and that has helped Lindsey Graham in recent weeks, even though he has changed his stance on Supreme Court nominations in an election year by supporting the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. He has been able to tout those conservative values, and that has helped him a lot. He struggled more this time around with women and independent voters, with women seeming evenly split between Harrison and Graham, and independent voters seeming to lean toward Harrison. But in the end, Graham pulled this one out. He will hold on to his seat, and that will certainly help Republicans as they remain optimistic in maintaining a majority in the Senate.
Thank you, boo.
John, I want to go to you.
I mean, Janae.
Jamie Harrison was able to raise
thank you,
so
boo.
much money is that
I mean, Janae.
Lindsey Graham becomes such a target.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Republican you like to work with. He was, but he hitched himself. He hitched himself to Donald Trump thoroughly and totally. After calling Trump a racist, he attacked Trump in the most vicious terms during that Republican primary and turned right around. And Jamie Harrison was able to raise presidential level money in a Senate race, but not enough to win in South Carolina.
No, and Mary Bruce, Lindsey Graham was such a key player in the confirmation of both Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court.
He is the chairman of the powerful Judiciary Committee. Lindsey Graham just got a very big win in the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, but it was yet another example of the really just astounding 180
My bad, y'all.
Lindsey Graham has done in recent years. Of course, he came out in the end of Obama's term saying he would absolutely never consider a Supreme Court nominee this close to a presidential election. He went back on that promise, of course, leading the charge on the Hill to get Amy Coney Barrett confirmed. Lindsey Graham has really gone from being one of the president's opponents, one of his fiercest foes, to being his absolute top ally on the Hill. I can tell you, anyone who covers Capitol Hill knows in Washington, if you want to know what the president is thinking, you go and find Lindsey Graham in the basement of the Capitol. And he is not hard to find because often it works the other way around, too. If he wants the president to know what's happening on the Hill, he often comes and finds us to telegraph through the media. It has been just a remarkable run for Lindsey Graham, and I think it was one of the reasons, of course, why you saw Jamie Harrison raising so much money. Lindsey Graham was pummeled in this race by ads for his flip-flopping on his positions. And when it comes to the president, Jamie Harrison raising that astounding $57 million. That is presidential level money, but ultimately not enough. Lindsey Graham, it appears, will continue to be the president's top ally, closest friend on Capitol Hill.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Chris Christie, now the Senate battle is going to come down to North Carolina, Iowa, and Maine.
Yeah, and the Republicans have to win 2 of the 3 there. And I think they're in good shape to do it. I continue to hear from North Carolina Republican leadership. They're getting more and more confident as the night goes on that Tom Tillis is going to win a narrow race there and that the president will win the electoral votes. And in Iowa, spoke to a couple of Republican leaders there who think that Joni Ernst is going to be in good shape tonight.
We are going to keep an eye on it. We're going to be back in just a minute. Some of our stations are going to go to the late local news right now, but our election coverage continues in just a moment.
Hello. Oh, okay, there it is. I didn't know I could control it from this side, so I just went on ahead and.
Yeah, no, you good, bro. I'm my shit started tripping.
If I remove it, can I bring it back? Oh, you get it. Now you got it.
Yeah, all right, cool. Bro, I'm ready for this shit to be over with, bro. Like, just, I don't know, bro. I'm just ready for this shit to be over with. How y'all feeling in the comments, man? Y'all still fucking with us, man? Look like we still got a couple people tuned in. Y'all comment down below. You know what I'm saying? Who's still rocking with us? I'm about to give away something. So y'all comment down below. You know what I'm saying? Whoever the most lit in the comments, you about to win a prize. So
oh shit, let me get the typing.
Whoever the most lit in the comments.
What I heard basically is that man Lindsey Graham just wasted $57 million trying to win in South Carolina.
Basically. And it was yeah. I don't know what the fuck they
he raised presidential type money, but it just wasn't enough.
Man,
crazy, man. What are we gonna do, bro? Like when this shit goes bad, because we know it will. What we gonna do, bro?
I don't know, bro. Because I was gonna ask you the same thing. Like, how do you feel about? You know what I'm saying, all of these businesses that's like boarding themselves up, and you know what I'm saying, people creating like safety plans for after the election and warning people, you know, to be safe and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Like, how do you feel about all that? Because I think this shit kind of crazy. Like, this
when who wins?
I mean, honestly, they like businesses are boarding up, and we don't even know who win. Like, motherfuckers just like boarding up. They just feel like either way, this shit about to get crazy.
So, because I've heard, you know, that, you know, if Biden wins, there's supposed to be this big, you know, thing, right? And then, you know, so then what doesn't that apply for? What do you think does that apply for if Trump wins? Will there be this whole retaliation, white guys feeling liberated to do some old school shit, some good old boy shit?
Damn. So you saying that either way, whoever is going to be the aggressor will be the same person?
Oh, duh, it's always the yeah. You know that.
Who the hell? Yeah, that was
it. You know that shit. We know that it's gonna be the same person either way. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be us, but for some reason we gonna get put in the light as, you know, the ones who started all this shit.
Man.
I don't know how I feel about that though, bro. I don't know how I feel about that, bro. I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, which way?
I mean,
if Biden wins, you talking about it's supposed to be some anarchy?
Oh shit! Y'all see this shit?
Okay. 55. Okay.
I mean, I kind of expected it, but still, like, it's just lit to see it. Like, I just love seeing it. Like, Cali is the biggest electoral state, so I'm excited that we kept Cali. So yeah, shout out to Cali holding it down. You know what I'm saying? They over there hitting the gas too. But
high decisions.
But yeah, bro, I don't know. It's looking good for Biden right now though, bro. It's looking good. 187 to 114. So I mean, they still counting a lot. Hey, and it's looking good in Arizona. I was talking to everybody before. Arizona was actually red state before, and actually I want to hear what he's saying real quick. Let me unmute this jump.
Hey, question real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead.
All right.
to be. 3/4 of the vote's going to come from right here. And you can see he's up 10 points from Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. One of the things Joe Biden did here, he spent big. He went to Maricopa County and he spent $17 million.
Damn.
Democrats looked
Dropped
at
the bag on it. Dropped the bag on it.
saw that Donald Trump had underperformed from Mitt Romney. Kirsten Sinema comes in a Senate race 2 years later and she wins. And we got to talk about Tucson as well, Pima County. So you can see here, Joe Biden is on top. He's overperforming there. And we haven't talked about this a lot tonight, George, but that's the home of Mark Kelly. He's on top too. His range, 10 points as well in that Senate race against Martha McSally. Some people said this could be a reverse coattail effect.
Of course, Mark Kelly, former astronaut, husband of Gabby Giffords, the congresswoman from Arizona who was, of course, tragically shot back in 10 years ago. I want to go to Whit Johnson in Arizona. Whit, what are you hearing there?
What?
George, I can tell you the Biden campaign is feeling really good about
Hold
his
on,
early
hold on.
results and what they're seeing.
Hold on. What? Bro, what? I'm not laughing at
me either. That's not what I'm laughing at.
I'm not laughing at the fact that somebody got shot.
Nah, that's not funny.
I'm just shook on the fact that my man felt as though he needed to let everybody know. Like, yeah, hey, if y'all know who we talking about, all right, so y'all know the astronaut, you know what I'm saying, the husband, you know what I'm saying? You remember that you remember that time the motherfucker got shot?
Yeah, the nigga that flew to Mars, nigga. That nigga.
Yeah, the motherfucker got shot. Like, I feel like that's basically just what happened, bro.
Yeah, he just went on to Arizona and shit. See, that's that political shit. That nigga probably owes him something.
Bro, that shit crazy. Well, it looked like Trump went in Pennsylvania. That's not that great. Yeah, and it looks like Trump is winning Texas. We kind of expecting that.
He gonna do.
Yeah, make America great again.
We need it. We need it.
God damn it.
I don't like this new America shit. Talking about Black Lives Matter. Since when?
So, all right, so let's see. Let me do some math real quick. So, Texas is 38 electoral votes. Trump currently has 114. So, let me see. So, 114, I could have added that in my head, but I didn't feel like it. Well, if he wins Texas, that's 152. And then if he wins Pennsylvania, that'll put him at 172.
And Joe is at what now?
Joe is at
180 something,
I think so. I missed it. Oh no, they're gonna show it again. But it looked like we're gonna keep the house though. It looks like we're gonna keep the house. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping we could pull off the Senate. But we down by one for the Senate. But I'm hoping that we could pull off the Senate. But I'm trying to see. Okay, Biden's at 187.
87. Okay.
So
I'll boost Trump up there. You said he'll be at what?
172.
172.
Yeah, so it'll be close, but I mean, it's not the end of the world.
He got to go to figure this out. The electoral.
Shit, I didn't see how many. I missed how many states are in. They'll probably show it in a second.
Joe at 192. Is that an update, pretty boy?
Hey, this just in. Pretty boy says Joe is at 192. Fuck ABC, pretty boy. We trust you.
We trust you, pretty boy. Yeah. Throw them extra votes in there. We know.
Word. So let's hear what the fuck this woman got to say. I don't know.
Nancy Pelosi.
Majority. Under your leadership, Madam Chair, we have held the House, and now after all the votes are counted, we'll see how much better we will do than that. We are in a situation where some of the states have just said we're not counting anymore until tomorrow morning, and of course the West Coast has not chimed in yet, so there's more to come. Our race this time was all about health care. This was
boy, she looked like death.
We had that in the our For the People agenda was we're going to lower healthcare costs by lowering the cost of prescription drugs, preserving pre-existing conditions. It became the issue of the 2018 election under the leadership of the policy committee that Congress, that Madam Chair was the carrying that message into this election because it is.
She looked like that start off on that got a hole in the
coronavirus. So our purpose in this race was to win so that we could protect the Affordable Care Act and that we could crush the virus. that we could stop the spread of it, that we could reward our workers who risk their lives.
Yeah, we about to win the House.
Losing their jobs, and that we can put money in the pockets of the American people. So I'm very, very proud of the fact that tonight, relatively early, we are able to say that we have held the House. It is something quite spectacular because
there's House Speaker Nancy Pelosi claiming victory in
Yeah,
the House.
get out of
Democrats
here.
will retain control of the House. Cecilia Vega, sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Man. Head ass.
Head ass. Goddamn. Fuck out of here, Nancy Pelosi.
Head ass.
Pelushi.
Oh boy, oh boy. I forgot what we were saying. Shorty, she looked rough.
Hey, hold on real quick.
Yeah. She looked like black well, not black. She looks like the opposite of black don't crack. Hey, I agree. Shorty looked possessed. Like, what? But hold on, because you had said something. I meant to come back to this comment here. So first, you said in D.C. they got gates outside the White House. That's wild, because, you know, Trump a sucker.
Sucker.
But you said Trump finna win. Laughing emoji. Don't come here with that. Don't you come in here with that.
Nah, bro. Listen, we gotta be able to
fuck that.
Thought of it happening, bro.
Nah, no.
That's what niggas thought last time. I'm with you. Goddamn shit. Last time niggas thought that nigga couldn't win. You know what I'm saying? Niggas talking about, oh, we're up. Oh, we're up. Oh shit. It might be, man. Nigga, please. Them motherfuckers gonna put, man, come on. When the last president, you know, tweeting every day on some bullshit, like fucking y'all up with the tweets, nigga, like not giving a fuck what he say. Goddamn, y'all thought presidents was supposed to be cordial. This nigga showed y'all otherwise, nigga. Fuck y'all. This nigga Trump probably go, hey, I ain't, you know,
man.
This America, bro. You know, that's when I'm talking about them damn strings playing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Something a little above our pay grade, you know.
This why I'm also drinking bourbon tonight, because this is stressful. This is stressful. I like her glasses. Let's tune into what she has to say.
All through this campaign, such different visions on how to handle the pandemic from Joe Biden and from.
Oh, look at her head.
As the entire
Yo, these white women on TV tripping.
Second wave.
Absolutely, George. And we heard Dr. Deborah Birx in an internal White House memo citing that we're going into the most dire period of the pandemic to date. She is expecting to see 100,000 cases a day in the next week. And we have seen different approaches. We've seen different approaches when it comes to testing. We have seen some missteps. We've seen a series of broken down communications and mistrust in the biggest and most powerful public health organizations we have, the CDC, the FDA, the World Health Organization. And to circle back to the state of Arizona, you know, to pick up on what Cecilia and Lindsay have said, we have seen from the beginning of this pandemic, while it did not start the racial and ethnic disparities that exist in medicine and healthcare, it certainly put them under a spotlight. And when you look at the state of Arizona, one population, George, that we have not heard that much about, American Indians and Alaskan Natives, there is a disproportionate effect of this pandemic, this virus. They represent 4% of the Arizona population, 12% of deaths. This is a population, George, that 30 to 40% of residents do not have running water in their homes. So when you talk about battling this virus, it's not just about the vaccine and therapeutics. It's, you know, very widespread.
David Muir, what are we seeing in the exit polls about all this? We have national exit polls.
We do now, yeah. That's right, George. And, you know, just to pick up on Lindsay's point that there could not be more daylight between President Trump and Joe Biden in how they put themselves forward as how they would deal with this pandemic moving forward. Joe Biden saying, I can't flip a switch and fix things, but we do have to address the virus before we can address the economy. But look at this. This is the first time we're going to be able to do this, 11 p.m. Eastern. So if containing COVID, the pandemic, was the way you voted today over rebuilding the economy, and look at this, 51% to 42% in the exit polling. When you break that down, Joe Biden, 80% to Donald Trump's 18%, if the most important issue to you was containing COVID-19. Now, if the most important issue was opening the country, getting the economy going again, it's almost the complete opposite, 76% with Donald Trump, 22% with Joe Biden. And among independents, we're seeing this tonight, the breakdown, Joe Biden leading among independents in the national exit polls, 55 to 40. And among women in the country, Joe Biden, 56% to Donald Trump's 43%. We look at men, 49% Donald Trump, 48% Joe Biden. And what we're seeing so far in these states with such close races is that not only is the country divided, but many of these key battleground states are divided right down the middle.
No question about that, Martha Raddatz. COVID is something that came up consistently in all your travels across the country.
It sure did, George. But I have to say that I was surprised when I crossed the country, and it was almost like people are done with it. It was very blue state, red state. They were wearing masks in blue states. They were not wearing masks en masse in red states. So people would talk about it. But I think in so many ways, there are so many bigger issues, especially to the Trump voters. I mean, we have to remember, they're voting for an incumbent now. In 2016, it was, we don't want to vote for a Washington guy. He's something new. He's a businessman. But they're voting on his record now. And that record is COVID. That record is the economy. That record is immigration and race relations. So they've made a decision, those Trump voters, that they like what Donald Trump has done in these last 4 years, including COVID. I mean, Trump voters I have talked to and said things about COVID. I mean, one voter in Texas who's a very strong supporter had a mask on. He said he only wears it when he goes into certain establishments so he can get into them. But his mask said, "This is dumb." And today he told me, Dr. Fauci, everything he says is wrong. So that message is resonating in those areas, too. But you go through Ohio. I was especially surprised in Ohio. There were so many people out, not social distancing. And this is in Columbus, in a very crowded area. They had masks, but most of them were pulled down. But they were not social distancing. And they were just out. They just wanted to be out and try to forget about COVID.
Martha, thanks. Heidi Heitkamp, you certainly see that in the Dakotas.
Well, I think what's happening is people have bought into herd immunity. It's the only way to control it. It's not something that you're going to get over until you get through it. And they don't want to disrupt their lives. And so they know someone who's died, but, they were old or they were this. And what is really puzzling to me is that we are so willing to make old and disabled people kind of the victims here, and then just accept it. And you're seeing that in these vote totals. You're seeing it in the behavior, especially in red states. They don't want to change their lives. They don't think that changing their lives will change the outcome of the coronavirus.
Heidi Heitkamp, thanks very much. Let's take another look at the state of Ohio right now. We've now got 85% of the expected vote in the state of Ohio. And Donald Trump now appears to be pulling away 53 to 45 in that state. Chris Christie, that's what you were hearing from the state about an hour ago.
It was. It's what I was hearing from GOP leadership. They said that as this progressed in the evening, he was going to open up a more substantial lead. And George, I'm hearing the same thing in North Carolina, that both Tom Tillis is now leading by more than a point over Cal Cunningham, and the president is leading by just less than a point over Joe Biden in North Carolina. And that's been a steady progression through the evening to, chip away at that, and they feel very confident in North Carolina, again, that both those are going to go that the way Ohio has gone here for Trump and for Tillis in the Senate.
Let's pull up another look at North Carolina right now. If we can pull up the North Carolina map, we've got 95% of the expected vote in North Carolina. Very close race right now, only about 70,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Tom, what can we look at on where the outstanding vote still is?
Okay, so let's look at the major counties here, because that's what Joe Biden needs to win if he wants to pull off an upset here. We're looking at Mecklenburg County, the biggest county. This is the Charlotte area. Right now, Joe Biden is 3 points higher from where Hillary Clinton was just 4 years ago. Donald Trump slightly down in Mecklenburg, but that's 95% of the vote in. Not a whole lot more votes going to come out of there. Wake County, the same story. Look, Joe Biden is doing well. He's improved in these cities around states like North Carolina. Let me look at one more area real quick right here. This is Guilford County. This was a county that the Trump campaign thought maybe they could improve on. It's pretty much the same of where it was 4 years ago. But George, as I look at this map, it's pretty much the same. Joe Biden is running up the score in the cities, but around the rural counties, even some of the swing counties that he took from Democrats 4 years ago, he's on top and he's still winning. These counties down here on the border with South Carolina, Robson, this is one that we were taking a close look at. He's actually doing much better there. So in the rural areas, it looks like the Trump team has been able to drive out their voters.
Okay, Tom Llamas, thank you very much. We're going to take another quick break. We have a long night ahead. We'll be right back.
Yeah, bro, that was my question. We gonna cover this thing or what? We cutting off? What we doing?
I don't know. Y'all comment below. Let us know what y'all want us to do, man. Y'all want us to.
Yeah, we see a few of y'all in here. I mean, if y'all want us to go, I mean, I might have it in me.
Word. Wait, what I gotta do tomorrow? Well, I gotta work. Well, what time I'm meeting? I got 10 o'clock. Well, yeah, I'll be all right.
10 o'clock? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause if you happen to go to sleep at 1 o'clock, that's still technically, you know what I'm saying, 9 hours if you went to sleep exactly at 1 o'clock, but you have to get up exactly at 10. So let's say you got up at like 9:55 because you work at home and shit. So you know what I'm saying? That's still what, about 8 hours, 55 minutes of sleep, technically, if you went to sleep exactly at 1 o'clock.
Word. So I'm like, all right, y'all, it's your boy Big D. Word. Word, man. Hey, so I'm curious, how do y'all feel about wearing masks? You know what I'm saying, because that lady, she just sounded like
That's
she
what I
was
was about to
wild.
add. Yeah, she was like disappointed in America.
She was like, I couldn't believe it. It was nobody was wearing masks.
It's like they wanted to be there.
They weren't social distancing at all. There were some people wearing masks, but they had them pulled down.
It's 3 in the morning. Take your old ass.
Like she was not with the shits at all. All right, so we got SC saying stay on. I just poured a drink. SC, let us know what you're drinking on. Let us know what you sipping on, because SC also said that masks be messing with my asthma.
Does that mean you go mask on, mask on, mask off?
Mask on, mask off.
Which one? What is it?
Word. Hey, I mean, I look at people when it comes to masks, it's almost like people wearing rubbers when they fucking.
It's similar, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like
sometimes niggas forget one.
It's like when you get out the car and you run into the store, you like, shit, forgot my damn mask.
Well, we
man,
here now.
Man, fuck, I would just go grab some bread real quick.
Hey, ain't nobody in here. I ain't gonna say that.
It look like ain't nobody been on this aisle in a minute. Everything all clean and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, right here mopping, so shit.
Yeah, he got his mask on. You know what I'm
saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so shit, I should be straight. That should be all right. You know what I'm saying? I just won't touch too much shit.
Yeah, that's what I would just touch what I came in here to get, which is some bread. Oh, shit, I got no mayo. I need some meat. Let me go grab a buggy.
Word. Okay, the bourbon. All right, redemption. Okay, shout out to the bourbon. Shout out to SC. Appreciate you, player. You know what I'm saying? I'm on that Basil Hayden's right now. You know what I'm saying? In Kentucky. I said Kentucky. I might be on too much, but it's a Kentucky straight bourbon. It's a whiskey. It's started by Basil Hayden Sr. begins distilling his smooth bourbon here in 1796. Hold on, I want to do one of them voices. When Basil Hayden Sr. began distilling his smooth bourbon here in 1796, Kentucky was but 4 years old and George Washington was president. Today, we make Basil Hayden's Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey using the same skill and care that made it a favorite among America's frontier settlers. Enjoy Basil Hayden's.
All lives matter, especially whites.
All lives matter. Especially what? Nah, fuck that. I can't say that shit, bruh. I can't even say it, bruh.
It don't even sound right, huh?
Yeah, it don't feel right. But yeah, man, Basil Hayden's get me right every time. I highly recommend it. Yeah, see, I've been sipping on this for a minute. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? Just enough to wet your whistle. You know what I'm saying? But what did it say? What does okay, Trump is leading in it looks like it said Missouri, Pennsylvania, and I think that's in Michigan. I'm not sure. Cena, you still on here? I thought you said Detroit was supposed to be helping to flip Michigan. I thought that's what you said.
That what you said?
Word.
It don't look like it.
It don't look like it. What the hell going on? I don't know.
What we was hoping on, y'all, man, what was going on over
Word.
there?
All right, as he said, no, I still wear it, but I'm not wearing it outside, only to go inside businesses. Word, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Because outside, when you outside, you really can kind of keep your distance from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because like, usually, like if I go to the grocery store, you know what I'm saying, I be in that joint struggling to breathe through that joint, and then I walk out and I just rip it out like, yeah, like that, just like that. You know what I'm saying? Pretty Boy said people just need to wear their masks. Not wearing them shows how reckless and selfish people are. I agree, man. I honestly, all jokes aside, I really don't think it's that hard to wear a mask. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like the more you wear them, the more you get used to it. You know what I'm saying? It's something new, but I mean, well, not at this point. Shit, we've been in COVID since what, March? So I mean, it's
gonna be a COVID-versary coming soon.
Word, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it really ain't that bad. Like, for the most part, you should be pretty used to it. And then, I mean, shit, if you really don't want to wear them,
next year we gonna be in this motherfucker like year one of COVID. 50,000 people gone. Donald Trump has won again.
Man,
they keep knocking at our doors. They're trying to get us. Somebody come save us. Somebody. That should be bad year one, nigga.
Yeah, like damn. But yeah, man, I just feel like, you know what I'm saying, if you really don't want to wear a mask that bad, just stay your ass at home. Oh, it's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Okay. Damn, I was optimistic about Pennsylvania. I don't know.
When it comes to the whole pandemic thing, bro, like, cause I still feel like there's been like a big gap, like as far as like information and real strategy on how to
deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's because, I mean, shit, Trump didn't have a plan. He still don't got a plan. This man still don't got a healthcare plan. If you like, I seen a video recently where Trump was it showed like 20 different clips of Trump saying, we got a healthcare plan. We're going to make a healthcare plan so amazing. It's going to be phenomenal. We really do have a healthcare plan coming. It's going to be available by the end of this week, and it's just phenomenal what these guys are doing. It's like no healthcare plan that you ever seen before. It's just going to be great. Like it just kept.
Bro, you are actually pretty good at that, dog. Your voice is. Hey, have you been practicing, my nigga? This nigga coming out the cut auditioning for niggas. Goddamn. I can't even. I make the same voice every time, nigga. I can't even try to make a Donald Trump voice.
It's gonna be a healthcare plan that you've never seen before. The people are living lives that they never lived before. People are dying that have never died before. It's gonna be amazing. Look. People love me. People love me. Okay, we're doing great. The polls are amazing. The polls are up in numbers, I mean, it's really, you've never seen it before.
Mr. President.
Yes.
What would you say to those who would say that you, sir, don't care about the black community?
Look, let me tell you something. I'm the least racist person in this room. Okay, I'm the least racist person. I have a black dog. And the dog is so black, it's blacker than any dog has ever been before. And we have a great relationship. I love that dog. The dog loves me, and we have green lights all around the White House. Okay, and so that just shows you green and black, but America is red. Make America great again.
Okay, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm gonna skim over the part of you comparing black people to animals, but what would you say about those who are still needing assistance in coronavirus? What you gonna do about that?
I would tell them, it's not that many people dying. It's not that many people dying. We have people that are living that have never lived before. It's incredible. I mean, we have a plan. It's going to be a phenomenal plan. We're going to get it done, and it's going to be great. But I love my dog. I love this country, and we're doing things. Joe Biden is a criminal. He takes money from Russia. Yes, you did, Joe. Yes, you did. And I'll tell you, and if you pay attention, look it up. I tell you, all of your fake news is done. It's ended. But I'll tell you one thing. We are going to win this election, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to have voters that have never voted before turning out in record numbers. It's going to be great.
All right, we'll be back with your president, black Donald Trump. Goddamn. Hey, no, you should be black Donald Trump. How would black Donald Trump, handle that shit? We'll work on that. Yeah.
Where black Donald be like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck all this shit. Fuck bitches getting money.
Real Donald Trump right there.
Hey, look! I just realized something. They plugging the fuck out of Disney on this joint.
Yeah, cause Disney paying for this shit, nigga. Disney paying for them votes too.
Stay woke, y'all. Everybody worried about Russia. It's Disney. I'm just kidding. Don't quote me on that. I'm just kidding. I'm trolling.
Yeah, we trolling right now.
I'm kidding.
Tough crap.
Oh man. All right, Pretty Boy said his reason is Democrats won't pass it. They won't pass it because it's bullshit. Word. Because he just coming up with anything, and then he trying to roll other things into that same bill. Because a lot of people don't realize, like, so for example, let me back up. A lot of these bills have so much stuff rolled into them all at once, and people don't realize that when you're voting for or against some of these things, or when you're supporting some of these things, you're supporting other shit that you didn't even realize was a part of that bill. For example, Obamacare. A lot of people are for Obamacare. A lot of people are against it. Donald Trump has been undoing so much stuff that Obama has did in his term. But one of the pieces of Obamacare actually includes student loan forgiveness for public health workers. You know what I'm saying? So people that's working in hospitals, you know what I'm saying, nurses and doctors and medical assistants and all of that stuff. And I think it translates to even like teachers and stuff like that too. I think it's just public sector workers, you know what I'm saying, like people that are serving the public. But basically once Obamacare, or if Obamacare is like fully repealed, they are going to lose that funding. You know what I'm saying? People that was expecting student loan forgiveness in exchange for working in these industries for X amount of years, they're actually going to lose their student loan forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? And people don't even realize that that's a piece or a component of Obamacare. They just think Obamacare is just about Obama creating the insurance market, you know what I'm saying, to make insurance companies more competitive and he was penalizing people who didn't have insurance, and that's a horrible idea, and it raised people taxes and blah, 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 blah. But people didn't even realize, you know what I'm saying, how much stuff is really rolled into a lot of these policies. So I encourage y'all, all of these laws that they be rolling out, they're available online. Just go and scroll through them. I mean, they long as hell, but just scroll through them and look at what the hell they got going on in these zones, because there's a lot of shit.
See, it's deeper than just it being his policies, bro. It's because of, you know, who helped to create them. You know what I'm saying? And who he was. You know, it's more than just, you know, his policies. Like, Donald Trump hasn't been in our shoes like ever.
Right.
You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? He was able to go to his dad and be like, yo, Pop,
let me get that milli.
I don't want to do this college thing. I just want to be a very successful businessman like you. And then his pop was like, man, there go the bag, son. You go be the best you could be. I'm going to be president one day, Dad. You watch and believe. And best believe when I get there, I'm going to grab him by the pussy.
That motherfucker there, boy.
Yo,
no, he really tried to make it, he said his dad gave him a small loan to start out his business.
Loan.
His dad gave him $1 million. You know what the fuck I could do with $1 million?
I could do a lot with $1 million, boy. We could flip that.
Bruh, I could do a lot with $1 million. And you know, people say all the time, like, you know what I'm saying, they can flip money and stuff. But if you can't flip $1 million, I will say if you can't flip $1,000, you probably can't flip $1 million. But I can flip $1 million. I can flip $1 million. I can flip $1 million, and it'll be legal.
Word.
Hey, could I start a couple businesses? One of them joints gonna flourish. Maybe a couple of them. All right, let's see what this bony chin motherfucker talking about right here.
That is now in the Supreme Court defer to state Supreme Courts that find under state constitutions that these ballots should be counted, or will they?
Oh, hold on. They said I sound like Mr. Burns.
Yeah, they'll roast your ass over there.
Damn, we done missed the whole jump. Swear y'all said I sound like Mr. Burns.
2020.
Y'all really think I sound like Mr. Burns, though? That's crazy.
That's funny. That is funny.
That's crazy. Honestly, I'm tired of hosting this joint like a show. Man, y'all see down, look down below. Look right there. Wait, right there. You see it? It's scrolling. It's scrolling. Let us know if you want to join the show. I'm dropping a link right now. Y'all hop on if you want to. I just want to talk to y'all.
Can we talk for a minute?
No, I was trying to be the music, but I think it's like a delay or something, so I couldn't be.
Nah, I actually went off beat on that one, bro. So I think let's see if we can make it happen, bro. So can you hear me like now? You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So what was the count off for that shit? So what was the count off for that shit?
1,
4, 2,
2, 1, 2.
Can we talk for a minute?
Yeah, it's a delay. Yeah, it's a delay. Can we talk for a minute? That's what's wrong with the world. People don't point and grab at the air no more.
They don't point at the air. They don't make it come down and then let it all out.
They don't do this.
Don't leave me.
Yeah, they don't do that no more. They don't sing. They don't sing in the rain. They don't break dance in like in water puddles.
In water puddles. They don't set cars on fire and the trees burn up.
Word. They don't do none of that.
Yeah. They ain't out here hurting no more.
Word. Oh, hey, y'all get it together. Y'all get it together.
14 states, 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 17 states, 114 electoral votes. So far, at least, according to ABC News, every state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016 has been won by Joe Biden. In 2020, same goes Donald Trump, repeating his wins in the red states. The big battleground states still out there right now. Let's take a look at some of them, starting with the state of Florida. And there, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a relatively healthy lead, Tom Llamas.
Yeah, he does, George. And I think when we look at Florida at this hour, it's really just some simple math, and I'll walk you through it. When we talk about the vote difference right now, plus 5 million, so huge turnout in Florida. We have to acknowledge that. We're talking about a 400,000 voter gap, right? I told you 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton comes out of Miami-Dade County with a 300,000 plus advantage. What happened tonight? Let's go to Miami-Dade County. And look at this, George. We're talking about less than 100,000 difference right there. This entire state, you could bank it on this one county right here. Republicans were able to make inroads with voters there. Donald Trump, even though he lost, he actually won.
Okay, David, what are we seeing? The exit polls?
A couple of really key things, George. Let's laser in on the Latino vote in Florida. As you can see through this, Joe Biden got 52% of the Latino vote to 47% for Donald Trump. If that number holds and bears out at the end of the night, that's a significant number for Donald Trump, not only with Cuban Americans, but perhaps gaining on some of the numbers we saw 4 years ago with the Latino vote. And look at this. We asked seniors, particularly in the I-4 corridor and other parts of Florida, whether or not they'd been affected by the pandemic. They were concerned when they would be able to hug their grandchildren, as Lindsay Davis talked about earlier in the evening. 52% of seniors in Florida, according to the exit polls tonight, supported Donald Trump to 47% for Joe Biden.
Okay, let's take a look now at the state of Arizona. Pull it up right there. Still 75% of the expected vote in, 54-45.
Oh,
right
shit.
There for Joe Biden. A big lead there. We say that Mark Kelly also has a lead there. Not much new coming in the count yet, Tom. But we do expect more tonight.
Yeah, not yet. But one more data point we haven't talked about yet. It's a county that's sandwiched in between Maricopa and Tucson, right? Pinal County right here. This was the county that swung the biggest for Trump 4 years ago, where he was
Tom Llamas.
Look at his numbers down. He's down 7 points right there. In a very tight race, in a very tight election, you can't be down 7 points anywhere. It's just one sign. But the big headline, George, so far coming in, 77% of the vote in, and Joe Biden is up in a very big way in Maricopa County. This is Phoenix. This is Scottsdale, Mesa area. He's doing very well right there. This is the surprise of the night so far in Maricopa County. Look, Donald Trump had underperformed from Mitt Romney. Democrats thought Republicans were vulnerable there. They went in, and right now they're on top.
Okay, let me bring in Nate Silver back again as we pull up and look in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania again. Those states still coming in. Let's talk about the possible paths now for Biden and Trump. Very similar to what we saw, first of all, in 2016.
Yeah, so if we can speculate a bit. So what happens if Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Ohio, wins North Carolina, but then Biden wins Arizona? We actually think it's a decent map for Joe Biden. He's about an 85% favorite. There is also a chance of electoral college tie. But Trump, if he loses Arizona, he could actually win Pennsylvania and then get to 269 or 268. That would not be enough. It could come down to the 2nd Congressional District in Omaha, Nebraska, or the one in upstate Maine. So if Arizona goes Biden, that really reverses not all the bad news Democrats got earlier in the evening, but makes Trump an underdog again.
Well, and then, picking up what John Carl was saying about Michigan, this is pure speculation at this point, but we're just trying to figure out what different maps might look like. If the Democrats win Arizona, Joe Biden holds Pennsylvania, but Donald Trump gets Michigan, they have only 16 electoral votes to Pennsylvania's 20.
Pennsylvania is bigger, and 20 votes in Pennsylvania versus 16 in Michigan or 10 in Wisconsin, that can make a difference some of the time, right? There's a lot we don't know. Nevada could be in play, probably not. Georgia, I think, is not going to be called tonight. So there are other scenarios, but we are looking at a lot of photo finishes, and in a photo finish, Arizona becomes a pretty important state.
You mentioned Nevada, and I wonder, Tom, if we can I'm talking to the control room right now. Can we pull up Nevada and take a look at what we're seeing in the state of Nevada right now? They're going to take time because they have all the early vote, and we just don't have anything coming in on that yet. So let's go back to Wisconsin. Deb Roberts, I want to go to you in Wisconsin right now. What are you hearing about the possibility of when the count will be continued there and when it will be finished?
George, I got to tell you, there's good news, bad news. The good news is it seems to be going very well. All of those absentee mail-in ballots, about 2 million of them, they're being processed very well. The Wisconsin Election Commission
Hey, Miss Deborah killing them in that suit, ain't she?
Word, bro.
It's about 11:30 in the morning, so I'll probably be here right on time for Good Morning America. Now, the one thing that is sort of interesting, and you've talked a lot about this tonight, is those ballots probably will reflect a very tight race. Wisconsinites seem to just have this love-hate or like-hate relationship with the president. On the one hand, they just don't like him. More than 50% think that he's doing a good job.
Word.
56% don't like how he's handling the pandemic. I talked to a guy in line today, and he said he would have swum through a lake of alligators to get there to vote because he wanted to support Biden, and he just didn't like where the country is going. But then I spoke with another voter who said, I'm worried about health care, and this is in a state that is dealing with the COVID virus. But then he said, I think I'm going to support the president, or I just supported the president. So Wisconsinites are very mixed here, and I think it's going to be a long night, a long morning. And, you know, the polls show that Biden is up, but it's going to be very, very tight here. I think Wisconsinites just aren't sure what they think. The president's been here 6 times. Joe Biden came here 3 times. He was here in Kenosha last night. He projects strength, and they seem to like that in spite of the fact that they don't like him.
Deb Roberts, thanks. Let me go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania for the same question. What are you hearing about how the count is going, how long it's likely to take?
Well, sort of like what Deb just said. So good news and some bad news. They say that the counting is going smoothly. Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday. But we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and they were saying that they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour. They've done about 75,000 votes, mail-in ballots so far tonight. They've estimated they have about 350,000 to count. We're supposed to hear from them again at about midnight to give us an update. That's the next kind of ballot drop number that we're expecting to hear from them. But here's the thing. It's just going to take a long time. I've heard you say this tonight repeatedly, George. People are just going to have to be patient. This is a slow process. Here in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's like 2.5 million mail-in ballots that came in. This is a state that's never done early voting.
Man, fuck all that. Y'all hurry that shit up, bruh.
Take advantage of it. This is a first-time process, and it's going to take some time. The governor spoke earlier tonight asking everyone to just have their patience. They are doing the best that they can. People are working around the clock, as we're seeing here in Philadelphia, but it is going to take time. They want to make sure this count is accurate, George.
Which is the most important thing for them to do right now. Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. We can project 2 more states right now. The state of New Mexico is going to go to Joe Biden. State of New Mexico, and it's 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton won it by 8 points in 2016. Joe Biden will win it tonight. And the state of Idaho, it's 4 electoral votes. No surprise there. Going to go to Donald Trump. He won the state by 32 points in 2016. I want to go to the table right now. And Sarah Fager, let me start with you. We're coming up on midnight now on the East Coast. Is the night going as you expected? What's the surprise? What should we be looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
For Republicans?
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he's going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know exactly what vote is in. It may be heavily election day vote. But, you know, clearly in some of those counties, the president is overperforming, and even overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter.
Rob?
I think the way I look at it is every state to date has performed like they did, not changing. There wasn't really a move in the sense that some people thought there was this tailwind coming, except for Arizona. And the only state that's flipped so far is Arizona.
It hasn't flipped yet.
It hasn't flipped yet, but
it's going to tighten considerably.
It's going to tighten, but I'm going to go out on a limb then, given it's midnight, it's way past my bedtime, and say that those are numbers that are hard at this point for the president to break. That said, we have big numbers in Atlanta and Metro Atlanta, big numbers in the metro areas of the upper Midwest that are out. It's going to come down to those 4 states to make the determination, and we are going to be here every night Friday. So I look forward to seeing you every night. I mean, so we're going to be here right through, and I'm gonna sit next to you, so we're going to be there. But it's going to be a while here, and I think what what was your baseline to determine your mood? And it says if you thought this was going to be a big tailwind, you go, oh boy, that was disappointing. As Nate said, the truth is, it hasn't been. It's actually, the states are doing exactly what they did.
It's also looking very good for Republicans to control the Senate. Joni Ernst is ahead. Tom Tillis is ahead. It's not done in North Carolina.
Man, get her the fuck up out of here. I don't like her.
If you go to a runoff,
She
especially
look like
if Biden does pull this
Trump.
off, you're likely to keep control of the United States Senate. People like a split power, and we will see at least one runoff in Georgia.
You don't want split power.
No, we don't. We want to take the whole darn thing, of course.
Hell yeah.
The big picture things I'm seeing is that the strategy to flip Republicans to Democrat didn't pan out. And so now we're all hoping that enough Democrats came out, particularly in urban centers and some suburban areas, to really carry the day. And I think that was the big surprise aha, I think, for a lot of us who were expecting, particularly with what happened at the convention and Lincoln Project, that all these Republicans were going to flip. But we're seeing Donald Trump win in big margins where he won before. So are there enough Democrats, particularly in these areas where we're seeing Joe Biden actually overperform Hillary Clinton in 2016? Will that be enough to carry the day?
Donald Trump's overperforming Donald Trump.
Hold on. This broadcast is for black Africans that vote for Biden.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey,
This is for black Africans.
Hey, bro, you got to come on the show. You got to come on this motherfucker, bro.
Matter of fact,
I want to know who you are. Pure badness. We'll meet L. Dottie, the bad guy. Trump 2020. All lives matter, huh? Yeah, you look like a Terminator sucker ass nigga.
Yeah.
Damn, SC. Damn.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel like I know who SC is too the whole time. I think that's Sydney, little punk ass. But
nah,
hey,
man, I'm not. You know, you vote for who you vote for, man. I'm just fucking with you, pure badness.
Yeah, we just
we drink beer with you guys too.
Yeah, sure. Oh man. We just posted the link down below. If you want to join on the show, give your perspective. We would love to have you.
Here we go, D. Pure Badness says, I believe in Black Lives Matter, just not the movement. You're gonna have to explain that one there, buddy.
Yeah. I want you to come on the show. You can keep the camera off if you want, you know what I'm saying? Just have the vocals on, the audio. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can come on and just talk like this.
Yeah, talk like that, man. You can disguise your voice, you know, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, you can come on and be like, yeah, how you doing?
We'll blow your face out.
I believe in Black Lives Matter, just not the movement.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter, just not that much.
Just not the movement.
Just not the movement.
I once had a black friend.
Yeah,
but
his life didn't matter no longer.
he ate my last ho-ho.
Well, yeah, man. Hey, Pure Badness. Please, by all means, please feel free to come on the show and give your perspective.
Yeah, or just let us know in the comments, man. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. I'm curious. But while you get the courage to do that, we're gonna go ahead and turn the audio back on for the live feed.
Ohio's one state, but right on the other side, key counties in Pennsylvania.
We are going to be watching it all day, all night, perhaps all week long. We'll be right back.
All week long.
Right, yeah.
All week?
Yeah, like, all right. Hey, I ain't about to be on here all week now.
All week now, we got shit to do.
Yeah, hey, I got to take a shit.
Yeah, I ain't done by the time we end this goddamn podcast. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, I gotta wash my ass. You know what I'm saying? Gotta eat.
The niggas found out on the whim who won and shit.
Word. So I knew it was Sydney. I knew that was Sydney. She trolling. Talking about some damn MAGA.
MAGA.
But yeah, man, I do want some different views though. You know what I'm saying? Like I was joking about the whole "this is for Black Africans" and stuff. I was just joking about that.
We do need perspective. I would like to listen to your perspective. Maybe it would give me perspective. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm very interested to see.
Yeah, so feel free, please. Yeah, okay. Hold on. All right, we got a response here. Okay, so I believe Black Lives Matter, but the actual program is set up so negative. And when you donate to the Black Lives Matter movement, it goes to the Democrats' campaigns. You know what?
Oh, them boys gave you some. You gave them boys some money. You followed your money, huh?
Hey, you know what? So are you talking about? So you're not talking about the movement. You're talking about the organization, Black Lives Matter.
Right, the organization, then the people who actually do the business part of it.
So, like the literal organization, Black Lives Matter, like registered as the name Black Lives Matter. I don't understand that because I myself want to know where the fuck all that money going to. I do, and I think the company that collects their campaign that collects their donation money, if I'm not sure, it's called Get Blue. And they have definitely donated a ton of money to political parties and stuff. And I don't feel like that's smart at all to take all the money that you get in donations for Black Lives Matter and then give it to politicians because they're not doing shit.
That doesn't work. Because what you're supposed to do with that money is create leverage to get the things that we truly need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, these pillars of wealth, land, real estate, all that good stuff, shit that we can actually get some benefit from.
You know? Like buy the motherfucking block. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that, resources and shit, man. That's what you're supposed to do with that type of stuff. And see, that's why you have to question the motives behind why people do things sometimes, bro, and think about really where it's going. Because even though they say Black Lives Matter, I still don't feel like I just hear a lot of talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I still don't feel safe though.
Yeah, not at all. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like the organization as like the organization specifically. Yeah, I don't. Me personally, I'm not for or against it. You know what I'm saying? I'm indifferent to it because I don't see what they're actually doing. I don't see where the money is going. I've researched and found pay statements for different Black Lives Matter chapters, and I see that a lot of them are making damn near $1 million a year annually. Several $100,000 in salaries for, the various people that work there. But I literally have not seen anything tangible come from the organization Black Lives Matter. I haven't
benefited Black lives, right?
Yeah. Well, period. I haven't seen anything tangible come from them at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I'm mistaken, somebody please educate me. I'm more than happy and willing and open to being educated on, what they're doing. But as far as I can see, I don't see them doing anything. And I don't doubt at all that they are donating to political candidates, which I feel like is extremely dumb unless you're donating on a local level. If you're donating on the local level, then cool. But like presidents and stuff, no. I feel like that's a horrible idea.
Yeah, that's bad business.
Yeah. But as far as the statement goes, Black Lives Matter. Oh yeah, I believe in Black Lives Matter. Absolutely, 100%. And if anybody on the show, black, white, red, blue, if you disagree with that, you kiss my ass. The blackest part of my ass.
Yeah, that's the part that matters the most.
Yeah. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? My black ass matters. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the organization itself, yeah, I can agree with that. As he said, not feeling in their mission statement on Black Lives Matter website, they, in layman's terms, said they want to divide the black household. I haven't seen that, but I'm curious. Do me a favor, go.
Send us a link.
Yeah, send a link or copy and paste the exact verbiage of what you pull from the website that you're referring to in this. Because I'm curious.
Make sure you quote your citations as well.
Yeah, MLA format, please. Word. He said, I would definitely enjoy coming on, but I am currently watching the election with my family. We all get together for tonight, or got together for tonight. Okay, word. Well, we definitely appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah,
Definitely.
man, and come back and bring a couple of your friends, man. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna. So are we? Because are we assuming? Like, I don't want to make an assumption.
I'm assuming that he's white.
Yeah, I'm assuming that.
I'll just go out. I mean,
that's the way he came in and shook the keg, and
that's a white face.
That's a white face, but is that his white face though?
No, of course not. But I mean, I wouldn't put a white face if I'm black.
Yeah, or would you?
Plot twist.
Hey, because all skin folk ain't kin folk, know what I mean?
Word. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe it might just be light skin. I don't know.
Hey, who knows? I don't want to make that assumption, you know what I'm saying? But, you know.
Well, nevertheless, it really don't matter, though. It really don't
matter. But what we're saying is, if you
here we go. Damn, I'm Hispanic. Damn, plot twist. Plot twist. Well, yeah, man. We appreciate you. We appreciate you regardless, man.
Hey, man, pure madness, man. We appreciate it. You got to come on. That's even more of a reason for you to come on, man. I love the Hispanic community, man. I know it's all about business and getting money. So maybe you should come back and reach out. Let's have a conversation, man.
Yeah, every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All we do is just talk about craft beers. Tonight, I'm sipping on Sycamore Tropical Kush IPA, 7% ABV. Also drinking on Basil Hayden's bourbon tonight because this election is stressing me out. We just kind of sit around, talk, drink, and all of that stuff. She said y'all stereotyping. I don't like that. We didn't stereotype. How do we stereotype? I just said I assumed. I said it straight up.
That's why we asked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta ask.
I said I assumed that he was a white person because he had a white appearing Avi. So I assumed that he was white. I'm assuming that he's a he. He may be a she.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit, I don't know. I'm just going based on when you look at the person's Avi, it says, a white or lighter skinned male. And then if you come in and your first statement is this, and this is your Avi.
Yeah, the intro was definitely
I'm sorry.
Heavy.
I'm sorry. And then you follow up with this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Excuse the fuck out of me. Please excuse the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I think that was a valid assumption to make, bro.
I'm sorry.
Stereotypes run the world, bro.
Hey, you know how when you was little and the definition for estimate used to be a educated guess.
Right.
I feel like I estimated that he was a white man. I feel like that my education was what he presented, but but yeah, we were wrong. He said he's Hispanic,
and that was funny. We was wrong.
Yeah, but it's so interesting how we instantly go to black and white. You know what I'm saying? And some people would even argue that Hispanic people can be black as well.
I believe Hispanic people are black people.
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to. You know what I'm saying? But
and I think that we can learn a lot from the Hispanic community because they are really detailed in things when it comes to like family and culture and just being conservative to be able to truly invest in creating some type of money for their family, bro. So I definitely work with a lot of Hispanic people, and it's a pleasure because they're brilliant, bro. And I feel like they're very underestimated and underrated for their strategies, bro. And I just say, I'm not a prejudiced person. I definitely don't pass judgment on nobody. We do make jokes and stuff like that, but we also open to hearing, other perspectives and what other people think about situations. Cause, I don't want to be a closed-minded person. You know.
Word.
So, hey,
Word.
you're pure badness. You're welcome here anytime, buddy.
Word. Pretty Boy said it's 205 to 118. He got the exclusive coverage. Let's tune back in. It looks like ABC still showing what's that, 195 or 192 to 118. So Pretty Boy got the inside scoop. This just in. Pretty Boy has reported that Joe Biden is up to 205, 270 votes needed to win the election. So yeah,
so pure badness came back in, bro.
Where? Oh, okay.
So he said, I don't believe Hispanics are black. I believe they are Hispanics. Okay, like this is what I guess this is what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're, hold on, bro, what you?
I ain't click nothing. That was you.
All right.
Yeah.
So I think
I'm over here fucking with my knife.
I'm not saying y'all are black directly. I ain't doing that.
What happened?
Oh, I'm tripping, bro, because I'm watching the jump on the TV. And I saw that shit kept appearing on the TV. And
so
shit.
you unclicking it. Like, damn, why that shit keep coming up?
Yo. Nah, I'm not saying that Hispanics are black directly. I'm saying that y'all are, closer than white people. That's what I'm trying to say. I know y'all are different in culture and way of life, everything, but I think that we have, some kind of similar oppressions, I think.
I'm curious if you would feel
minorities in the sense of, having oppression and, going through, different kind of oppressions and things that struggles we have to overcome, and lack of resources, and being able to become crafty in the way we have to progress.
Okay.
I guess that's that's what I don't know.
Word. So real quick. Wait. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let me go back. Okay, real quick. I don't want to leave SC out. So SC was checking the Black Lives Matter website. So originally she said, in layman's terms, they said they want to divide the black household, and then she said they removed the prior mission statement on the website that said we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. I don't think that's saying that they want to divide the black household. What you think, bro?
Nah, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear fact, because when you're talking about Western civilization, I think that's more like Americanized. I don't think that means like the black family, I think it's more about the programming that was created by that Western civilization. What the idea of the black family is by those Western standards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and then also, I think they're basically saying that a family structure looks different. You know what I'm saying, for depending on what works for you. You know what I'm saying? So shit, if you want to go to the sperm bank and get preggo and raise a child by yourself, then that's okay. You know what I'm saying? If you want to marry somebody of the same sex, that's okay. Because a lot of people don't realize that Black Lives Matter was actually started by 3 queer women. You know what I'm saying? So of course they're going to advocate for that as well. But I don't think that that's saying that we're trying to break up the black family per se. I think that they're just trying to look at, the family structure differently and realize that there's room for other, different looking families than what we are accustomed to based on Western standards of a family structure.
But is that focused on black families though?
I mean, honestly, I feel like that's just for anybody. I don't think that's about race at all.
But it's the Black Lives Matter movement, though. I think that a lot of those things should be projected towards the black lives.
Right, but no, I get that. I'm saying like I think that they're advocating for that on behalf of black families, particularly because I mean, shit, within the black community, intolerance is is historically been high. You know what I'm saying? Black people ain't never really been. I mean, society in general hasn't been open to anything that's different per se, but definitely within the black community. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we all about like pray the gay away, and you know what I'm saying? You need your child's father. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Everything is pretty standard. So I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry, Essie. I'm kind of hosting a show right now. I can't read an article right now. I'm sorry.
I was looking for where is it? I don't see it.
She said you asked for the link. Yeah, I don't see a link either. We probably wouldn't be able to. No, I was gonna say even if it is a link, I'm not sure that we'll be able to click on it either. Because whenever we click on a comment, it posts onto the show. So I'm not sure. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I do go back through the comments and stuff, and so Pure Badness came back and said that his parents were illegals from Cuba, and he was born in Florida. He or she, I don't know. How do you identify, please? I don't want to assume. And then that both of my parents were deported about 4 years ago, and that it was rough. Woo.
Yeah, that's tough.
Can you picture that?
What? Both my parents getting deported? Hell no.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, I can imagine my dad getting deported because it's kind of like he did, but well, he didn't get deported. I ain't gonna equate that, but yeah.
That'll be tough.
Yeah,
it said we guys are for Black Lives Matter, but we voted for Biden. Have we seen the clips of Biden saying he's for segregation? And see, when it comes to that, we already know that it's a lesser of two evils situation. I mean, in what situation what about all the stuff Trump say too? Everybody say something. That's why we're saying I don't think none of them are truly for us. And
yeah, honestly, hey, let me be absolutely crystal like Fiji water clear when I say this.
Some good water.
Yeah, it's actually has a good amount of alkaline in it, which is pretty healthy for your body. I just watched a YouTube video about it yesterday. But yeah, let me be clear. Fuck, and I do mean the entirety of the word fuck, Trump and Biden. As far as I'm concerned, fuck both of them. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
Trump wanted to build a wall for y'all. Remember that?
Yeah. Neither one of them give a fuck about me. You know what I'm saying? It's
or
really
you
just
for that matter.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's really just about the lesser of two evils, and I mean, it's just certain things that I just can't. I just can't support in a presidential candidate. But Biden, I'm not even like a Biden fan. Honestly, it's like, well, shit. It's like if you having to choose your death, right? You know what I'm saying? A killer is in front of you, and they're going to continue to electrocute you until you make a choice. But you have to choose. The choice that you have to make is whether you want them to stab you to death or shoot you to death. You know what I'm saying? And until you choose, you're just going to keep getting electrocuted. So you got to choose. So you're going to have to choose one of them motherfuckers. I mean, both of them suck ass, but it's like, well, shit, which one is,
assiest.
Yeah, I'm like, well, shit. All right, you going to shoot me in the head? Well, I mean, that's still going to suck, but that's better than getting stabbed, 20 times.
It's a lot faster.
You know what I'm saying? So it's really, that's just kind of how I look at it. So, I mean, but fuck both of them, honestly.
See, this is exactly why we say fuck both of them. We know a lot of these things have been strategically placed in order to make us feel like they're going to make some true change, when indeed I don't have that much faith in either one of them. Saying what it takes to make this happen, every time, they get into office, it never quite works out. But, what can we do at that point? We done voted them in. So, And I didn't. Yeah.
And let me also say this: if Biden wins tonight, and then over the next 4 years, I feel like Biden just ain't doing enough, or there's a better candidate that comes along that's a Republican, I will vote for that fucking Republican. Like 100%. I'm not loyal to Democrats. I'm not loyal to Republicans. I'm not loyal to independents.
Loyal to what makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just like I vote for, at the end of the day, what makes sense for myself, my family, those that I care about. You know what I'm saying, my community, my people. That's what I care about, and that's how I vote. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sorry, I just can't vote for somebody who damn near started a war by tweeting. I'm sorry, I just can't. I cannot. I can't, bro.
Setting it off. Twitter fingers got
setting
it off.
I can't vote for somebody who just keeps saying every day that he's asked that we got a healthcare plan coming, but he don't have a plan. But he knows for a fact he wants to get rid of Obamacare. I can't vote for somebody like that. I can't vote for somebody who doesn't have a effective plan on how to deal with coronavirus.
And then trying to dismember some shit without replacing it that's already established.
Yeah. So I just
came in with the agenda to just say fuck all this shit. You know what I'm saying? We getting rid of this, we getting rid of that. That's what he spent his time doing, and tweeting, starting shit. Nigga be like, I bet you won't cross this line.
Right. So
wild boy.
Yeah. So don't mistake us making our choice for being loyal to Biden or being loyal to the party. We just had to make the tough ass decision. I'm curious to know how the hell you, as a Cuban American who has had family deported, can come in and say Trump 2020. I'm just curious about that.
That's a good question.
I'm just curious. But let's tune in real quick. We haven't had no audio come from the live feed in a second. Let's tune in and see what they're saying.
Enthusiastic. There's just a lot of cheering and applause and honking, because that is how we hold an election night rally in this pandemic. The Biden team here, when they called Virginia, they are now blasting out results here on the screens behind me. But the Biden team, cautious, but still feeling very confident, George.
Bruce, thanks very much. Nate Silver, I want to bring you in right now. Just give us a sense, as you're poring over all the data coming in right now, what you're looking at, what you're thinking, what possibilities are most present in your mind?
I mean, the easiest way for Biden to win is to hold Pennsylvania. We won't know that for a while, and also flip back Wisconsin and Michigan when you have more early votes counted, more mail vote counted. But there are other states in play. The New York Times has a model that has Georgia being very competitive once all votes are counted there. Arizona looks pretty good for Biden. I think it would be premature to call it at this point. But, it's not a map where you necessarily have, or a night when you have a neat narrative. It's not quite 2016. It might wind up being 2016. It's not quite 2018 yet. We're somewhere in between.
Can you tell yet whether the popular vote is going to come in fairly close to where most of the national polling averages was? I think you had it, between 8 and 9% at the end?
Our best guess is that Biden's going to underperform by somewhere on the order of 2 or 3 points, but he might win by 5 or 6. It's a very early guess, but it's regionally correlated, right? So in Florida, Biden has a bigger disadvantage of that. He's going to lose Florida by several points, we think, in the end. In Arizona, he might hit his numbers or beat his polls potentially. In New Hampshire, he's very close to his polls. So it's very regionally driven, and the question is what happens in Pennsylvania, where he was ahead by about 5 points. If you had a Florida magnitude polling error there, then that would be a photo finish going to the court, frankly.
Nate Silver, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break.
Hey, them folks down there in the dungeon, ain't it?
Yeah, boy, them boys in the cave, boy. Look at that. With 50,000 TVs. Goodness gracious.
Word. So, yeah, I see pure badness, still commenting and everything, but I still want to know, because I'm a grow bored with Biden did this and that.
Who do we want as president? We don't want none of them motherfuckers as president. We just said fuck both of them. Goddamn,
yeah.
We don't, fuck that. We want to know.
Where
as a Cuban American, How can you vote for somebody who's against your people?
Answer. The reason I can say Trump 2020 because I believe the same as you guys. It's both bad, but which one isn't as bad? And for me, it's Trump because he isn't against immigration. He's against illegal immigrants. Didn't you just say that both of your parents got deported? I'm confused.
What was the situation that caused your parents to want to immigrate in the first place? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Because if they migrated to America for a better opportunity, and was moving from, oppression, and wanted to seek a better life for you, then somebody who's against that,
right,
is like that's worse. I mean, that's worse to you. That's not as bad just because he's not a. I don't know. That confused me. He's not against immigration. He's just against illegal immigrants. That's against immigration to me, Bo.
Right. And then also, Trump, when asked how he feels about, the KKK, and will he identify them as a terrorist organization and so on and so forth, this man literally said, stand down, stand by. What? He told him to stand down, but stand by?
He's gearing white people to be like racially hostile to.
Yeah, he told them like to be ready. He said, "Stay ready, so you don't gotta get ready."
Yeah.
And as a black man, I'm supposed to vote for somebody who says something like that to the KKK. The KKK. Psst. Hey, I'm a lot. I did a lot of things yesterday, but I wasn't born yesterday.
Right.
I'm sorry. All right, quick update, y'all. 205 electoral votes to Trump. As Pretty Boy said, appreciate you for giving us that early inside scoop.
Exclusive.
The exclusive from Pretty Boy. Looks like Trump is at 136. Some of the states they're getting more and more of their votes in. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute so we can get some of that action real quick.
Give us a sense of where you think things stand in your home state right now.
Well, I still think Joe Biden's going to carry Pennsylvania, George. The vote in the 5-county area, which is about 40% of the vote in the state, is astounding. In Philadelphia, this is just the same day voting. It's 254 to 36. In Delaware County, 46,000 to 7,000. In Montgomery County, 110 to 36. And the mail vote, if the mail vote splits, Democrats have voted 1.6 million. Republicans have voted only 550,000. I think Donald Trump will be down in the mail vote about 900,000 votes. So I don't think he can carry Pennsylvania, although he's doing better than most of the polls reflected.
What's your sense of how long it's going to take in your state?
Well, they're going to start counting the mail vote right after midnight there. I guess they just started. And they're going to go for a few hours, then they're going to pick up in the morning. My guess is it could be done by Thursday night, but it could carry on into Friday morning.
Right. You took some time during the primaries. It took an awful long time for Pennsylvania to finish counting.
Well, that was our first experience with mail voting. We've only had absentee voting, and you have to either be disabled or out of the county to vote absentee. So this was our first experience with mail voting. We weren't well prepared. We're better prepared this time, but it's just too many, 2.4 million votes can't be counted because in Pennsylvania, the law is, unlike Florida and North Carolina, the law is that you can only count absentee votes starting at 7 o'clock on the day of the election.
We've heard some reports from the Republican side that Democrats are underperforming in Philadelphia and that they believe at least that the president is overperforming, doing quite well in Western Pennsylvania in part because of that fracking issue. You seeing any danger spots for your side in Pennsylvania?
No, the Republicans made a mistake. They said that by 3 o'clock there weren't very many people voting. Well, that's because the early voting was so great in Philadelphia, and there were lines around the block twice at 7 in the morning.
Okay, so you're still confident. You believe Joe Biden will win, and you think we'll know by Friday or before?
Probably either late Thursday night or early Friday morning. And I think he'll win by about 3.5 points.
Ed Rendell, thanks very much. Tara Wren, you have some more information on this as well?
I do. So the count in Pennsylvania, as Governor Rendell just said, goes county by county, and they do anticipate not wrapping up tonight, but it could take a couple of days. On the issue of fracking, George, I spent some time in western Pennsylvania, both the last election and this one, around Beaver County, just outside of Pittsburgh, where Shell is building a gigantic plant because fracking has just transformed that whole part of the state. As you know, as anybody who's been there know, those towns which were really beaten down after the disappearance of the steel industry have lifted up. It was hard for us to broadcast from there because the trucks were rumbling by so much. You can feel the economic activity that fracking has brought to that part of Pennsylvania, and in talking to people how much it means to them. And they were genuinely concerned about what a Joe Biden administration
So they
would
didn't
mean.
buy his denial that he would ban fracking.
They did not. I don't think they like the sense that he dipped his toe in the water at all, because it has lifted up communities that have been ground down almost into despair, and now it's a boom land right now.
Okay, John Carl, what else are you picking up right now?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia. I mean, Georgia, I think, we're still showing a lead for Donald Trump, but looking at where the vote is still yet to come in, all those areas around Atlanta, DeKalb County, not much of the vote in at all. So I think that Georgia could get a lot more interesting. As
So Georgia could take some more time. North Carolina, she could take some more time as well. Matthew Dowd?
I think we're headed to a map that I agreed with Nate that looks a lot like a marriage between 2016 and 2018. And the early part of the evening went to the Republicans in 2018, and the latter part of the evening went to the Democrats. And one of the things, I know we keep coming back to this, is Arizona. Remember, late in 2018, it took days till we found out there was a United States senator from a Democratic senator from Arizona. So I think we're in that. I think I'd also caution people to examine counties that are only half reported as if it matters to what it was before.
That's a great point, but I just want to put one more question. Do you say basically emerging, and Nate said the same thing, of 2016 and 2018. Since 2018, we've had an impeachment, a pandemic, 20 million Americans unemployed, the president getting COVID, a second surge, and nothing changes?
That's what, I mean, George, that's exactly what it looks like. And you take a look at Donald Trump's job approval number over that entire expanse of his presidency, it's been at the same almost exact number for 4 years.
Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We have to take another quick break. As you've just heard, it's going to be a long night, a long week. Stay with us.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details with the most powerful team in politics.
All right, how y'all feeling, man? I forgot my shit was turned off. My bad. How y'all feeling? They in the comments arguing about Chasm getting killed and Iran issuing a warrant for the arrest to Trump. Pierre Biden said he got Chasm killed for a very good reason. You can't issue a warrant in another country for this country. We are not allies with Iran. The warrant was issued in July. They can't follow through on the warrant because he is in office. No, they can't follow through on the warrant because it's not right. It's not right. He's not going to get arrested for that. City, what you talking about? They just want the lesser of two evils. Highly doubt it. Highly doubt what? What you talking about? Explain yourself. Explain yourself.
And killing and shit, goddamn. We America, bro. It's always in the name of democracy when we have to kill a motherfucker.
Yeah, shit.
Democracy.
You kill motherfuckers over here. Fuck it. Kill a motherfucker. Especially if he black and unarmed. That's perfect.
Or in a different country.
Yep. Perfect time to kill somebody. Welcome to America. But, stand down, stand by. Trump 2020, right? Yeah.
Cena, what's up? Cena came back.
Cena, yes, we still up. We still holding it down. You know what I'm saying? We out here because politics matter. But don't forget, all countries matter. Don't forget. And this shirt wrinkled as hell too, by the way. The light kind of blowing it out, but I don't know if y'all can tell. I ain't iron it, but nah, because y'all too biased for me. I'm good. So you rather make passive aggressive statements versus engaging in dialogue?
How we biased?
Yeah, I'm trying.
What?
We stated our opinions, but I mean, I'm open to all opinions. That's why we have a podcast.
Yeah, how's it biased?
Yeah. Feel free if you would like to join the show. That little marquee down there has been scrolling for quite a while. And by the way, real quick, make sure that you
and Pure Badness going at it over there, bro.
Yeah, they are. They going ham.
Nah, I'm keeping an eye on this. I'm trying to figure it out too.
Word. Well, while you do that, I just want to remind y'all, make sure y'all subscribe to us on YouTube. Just go ahead and click that subscriber button. I've seen that we had a couple new people today. So make sure that you click the subscribe button. Also hit the notification bell so you can be notified every time that we upload some new content or we go live each and every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We love and appreciate y'all. Before this episode, I think we was at 199. So at least get us to 200 today. At least, can we just get one? Will there be one? So yeah, make sure y'all subscribe to us. Also, make sure that y'all follow us on Instagram at @code1_podcast. And make sure that you check out our previous episodes on YouTube. We got a ton of dope ass content, probably like 40, 50 episodes at this point. So make sure that y'all support that.
50.
Yeah. So, and we just hit our 1 year mark, last week. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, shout out to that. You know what I'm saying? And, oh shit, I just realized, my Founders Day is going to be on a Tuesday. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do for that. I don't know. I gotta think.
That week you want to switch it to Thursday or something?
I don't know. I gotta see what the plans are. Yeah, because I'm gonna probably be at the plots, bro. You should probably be there too.
Yeah.
Word. But hey,
I will be there. I will be.
Word. Hey, it's November 17th. Y'all mark your calendars. One of the most amazing days in the world. So make sure y'all mark your calendars because the cues are coming. The cues are coming. Hi, I love my cues. Fight. All right, I'm done. All right. Yeah, that's enough. All right, Cena said my shirt looks fine from here. I appreciate you, Cena. Appreciate it. And then Cena said, Team Pretty Boy, nappy boy, hey, and pretty boy, hey. So she was fucking with Chris Brown. All right, you said no D, you aren't. You kind of said get out of here when we said Trump 2020. That's not being up. I said I was joking. It's a podcast, y'all. It's a podcast.
Content.
You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Your emotions.
Word. See, even Pure Badness said it. I don't believe they're actually biased. I believe they made a joke. Appreciate it. A little jokey joke, a little tee hee hee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Pure Badness.
Word. Hey, this is a great point right here. Because if they were biased, they could have just banned us.
Hey, we accepted you. We offered you to have a drink with us. I mean, shit. We just want to hear your perspective. Hey, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell, bro. Make sure you bring some more of your pals next time, man. You're all right, guy. You're all right.
You are all right. I mean, well, you kind of all right because you did say Trump 2020. Nah, I'm playing. You know what I'm saying? But next time, don't make sure you don't walk into the room and be like, "Hey, I don't really fuck with Black Lives Matter like that." Like that's not how you walk into a room full of black people. Like that. I mean, but that was kind of bold. But imagine if that happened in real life.
Word. What? All the biggest niggas would have appeared out of nowhere.
Word.
Out the shadows.
Say what? Oh man, no, I'm just kidding.
Nah, he was getting into it with my man Pretty Boy. That's our boy though, man. Pure Badness. So you better be careful.
Word. Hey, look, Cena again, feisty. They playing, but I'm not. Word. But nah. We not trying to sway anybody's views here. We just honestly, this is our platform, so it is for the people. We welcome all views, whether you black, white, red, or blue. Unless you just really on some other shit.
Yeah, some shit that we can take it there too now. Shit, that's great content. Nigga. Waiting on the motherfucker to come on here with that shit.
Yeah, if you just point blank on some other shit, then yeah, nah. But you know what I'm saying? Shit, y'all views are your views. We not trying to sway nobody's. We just here to share ours and you know what I'm saying, listen to y'all's. So it is what it is. But let's get back into this content right here. See what updates they got for us.
Yeah, I'm low key cooking too. We in this
yes, sir.
In Michigan, 70%. In Wisconsin, 61% in Pennsylvania. But there's a lot of counting left that we expect coming in at varying times, starting in the next several hours, but could spread out over the next several days. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye on those 3 states. But right now, we want to take a look also at the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona right now, you've got about 76% now of the expected vote, and it's creeping.
Wow.
Right now, Joe Biden is leading 54 to 45. So, Tom Yamas, not a lot of new information coming in just yet, but a bit.
No, but a big number here. George, 4 years ago, President Trump wins Arizona by 100,000 votes. Tonight, right now, with 76% of the vote in, he's behind by 200,000. The big story is Maricopa County. This has the city of Phoenix, city of Scottsdale, 54 to 44. He's up by 10 points, overperforming from Hillary Clinton here. The biggest county. You know, Democrats thought Arizona was in play for several reasons, one of them being President Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, but also the changing demographics. You have a lot of Californians coming in, also a growing Latino population as well. In places like Yuma County, if we see where the race stands right now, President Trump doing pretty well there. They have large agricultural families that are more conservative, so he's overperforming in that area. But when we go to Tucson, Pima County, this is the Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden exactly where he needs to be, overperforming and driving up the vote there.
And John Carl, let's talk a little bit more about the importance of Arizona. The reason Arizona is so important, if Joe Biden is able to flip the state of Arizona, it's not enough for Donald Trump to win the state of Pennsylvania or win the state of Michigan. He's got to find something else.
He needs Pennsylvania or Michigan plus. He could win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin, but it's not going to be
Nevada's still hanging out there in some way.
Nevada, they count so slowly. We just have no idea what's happening in Nevada, but possibly. But really what they were going to need is Nevada plus New Hampshire they were targeting, and New Hampshire we've called for Joe Biden. So really what it would mean is that he's going to have to win, that Donald Trump would have to win 2 of those 3 blue wall states.
Rahm Emanuel, the Joe Biden campaign, did they think it would be coming down? And it's not down to it yet because we still have so much vote out there in the blue wall to the state of Arizona.
No, I mean, they went there and they thought they had a shot there because of the trend lines you could see. And you have a lot of people not from California, from Illinois, other states that have moved in there. I will say one other thing. If this flips, you've cautioned me to be more careful about it. This is the final revenge of John McCain. This is the guy that he wanted to flip on the ACA. He said he was not going to do it. And you have Cindy McCain, also Jeff Flake, the former senator. So you have and he was up 100,000. He's down 200,000 right now. I know we're not allowed to call it, but those trend lines do not look good for him. And Arizona, to be honest, was kind of trending polling-wise where North Carolina and Georgia were. And this has gone better than expected, given the spread is now 10 points when they were talking about a 2-point race.
Chris Christie, when you talk to your sources in the White House, your allies in the White House, what are they saying first about Arizona, and what's their plan B if they lose it?
Well, they're still fighting on Arizona, and they still believe they have a chance in Arizona when all the votes are counted. But they're very optimistic.
Good night, John.
They've also spoken to Wisconsin Republican leadership, who are saying, given the vote that is out in Wisconsin and the results as they stand now, they feel very confident about Wisconsin. So the approach is going to be Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin. They're also not giving up on Michigan yet. And I think one of the things we're missing tonight, I know a few people have said this around the table a bit tonight, but I want to really emphasize it. The Biden people thought they were going to have to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has found voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020. And I will tell you, the last rally that he had in North Carolina, the campaign told me that 20% of the people at that rally did not vote in 2016 at all. And if you go to a rally and stand 5 or 6 hours and wait to see the president, you're voting for him. So I think that's the thing, the Biden campaign, if it goes against Biden, they have grown their numbers above where Hillary was, but they haven't, maybe if they lose, they haven't grown them enough to beat the 2020 Donald Trump.
Deja vu for Democrats, Yvette?
You know, I want to reflect really quickly on what the governor said about 2016. I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I'm curious about whether the issue of race is the reason why Donald Trump is actually picking up new folks and holding folks. I would love to see any exit polling around, you know, certain areas where there's been a lot of racial resentment, where the law and order message is playing really, really solid there. And I'm curious about whether that is the key, whether or not we lost.
Ways, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it depends. Was our message stronger? Was it better, or was his message stronger or better? Are his folks now more motivated? We've actually seen his folks be way more animated, way more out there when we think about what we expected to happen today as it relates to polling locations, when we think about the stand by, stand back, and stand by. I'm curious about the role that race is playing and the fact that we're not seeing the type of change that we expected to see, particularly after 2018 Trump hours.
One of the things we've seen is the Republicans were touting before Election Day the places where they had seen increases in registration.
Yeah, I mean, look, campaigns matter. And one of the things that we might find after this is all said and done is Donald Trump never shut his campaign down. They registered, 100,000 net more in Florida, 80,000 net more in Pennsylvania, 40,000 net more in North Carolina. In these close races, that is going to make a very big difference.
To pick up on what Yvette says, and this is going to require more data, so I don't want to jump. But if you went up and pulled up Kenosha, Wisconsin today, and just pull it up versus Hillary.
Right.
And obviously, I don't want to tell the cameraman, but look at the difference. 60 versus 37 versus 47.
Again,
47.
before we don't know if they've counted the early vote yet.
I said there's a.
We're told they have not counted the mail-in vote yet.
Okay, so we don't know right out, but there's going to be a place that there's a lot of currents in this water. There's not a single current.
Well, and I want to bring Lindsay
That's not just COVID. There's economy, there's race, there's crime. There's a lot of things we're going to have to unpack here.
I want to bring Lindsay Davis in on that because that was a big part of the dialogue in the summer, from the killing of George Floyd on Memorial Day through the summer. It seemed to fade as we got into September and as COVID was surging. Perhaps it had some stickiness.
I think that there's a lot. I think there was a conversation that happened during the break that I think that is worthy of discussion, in that if it does bear out that black voters haven't really turned out, I don't think we can conflate the two and say that means that black voters are voting for Donald Trump, because I don't know many people who were really bowled over by his platinum plan. I mean, President Trump had said in that now infamous speech in Michigan in August of 2016, when he talked to black voters, he was targeting them and said, well, what else do you have to lose, in order to vote for him? And he promised, he said, look, if I win, this was 2016, he said, if I win in 2016 and if I, in 2020, I'm going to get 95% of the black vote. I promise you. At the time in 2016, I believe that he got about 8% of the black vote. Now it seems that he's polling at about 10%. I think that there's a lot of data. I would agree with Ram and Yvette that still needs to bear out. But if it ends up being that race is on the ballot, I think that it also could, as you said, it could cut both ways, that you have a black woman, woman of color, running for vice president, when black women are considered to be one of the most marginalized group in society.
We will see if there is an enthusiasm gap when all the votes are counted. I have to take another quick break. Vice President Biden is going to speak, we're told, in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Say something. Everybody get up
shit.
What
Hey, I just want
there, bro?
These motherfuckers slap.
Voodoos.
Bro, if you ain't never had voodoo zaps, woo!
They alright. They ain't all
Yeah.
that.
Bro, these joints slap, bro.
Yeah, alright.
These joints.
The best chips I ever had to be those honey barbecue puffs.
Oh yeah, like that you got when you was a kid from the corner store.
Yeah, where we used them shits used to be in the goddamn in the not the C store but the other store right there, the Busy Bee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was like honey cheddar or something like that.
Yeah. Oh boy, them had to be the best chips on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Them just crack, nigga.
Yeah. Them joints crazy. See? Hey, Pure Badness said, yo, oh my God, Voodoo go brazy. Word. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, that's why.
Damn. I don't like these chips, though. They be like green. I don't trust them.
I fuck with the green chips. I like the green chips. They had a little flavor.
Let me see. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I learned on Arthur that the green chip is natural. It's normal. It's just another chip. All chips matter. All chips matter.
Nah, I don't know, man. That green shit, don't say that. You said ew. What you talking about, ew? Fuck shouldn't he be talking about, man? I want somebody to come on the show with us, bro. We've been doing this shit for y'all for 3 hours and 33 minutes.
3.5 hours. We going the distance tonight, folks.
For y'all.
Will they last?
Will we last? I don't know.
I don't know how long we're gonna do it. Yeah, shit. It will. Yeah. Well,
it's damn near 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna hold y'all. At 1 o'clock, I'm out.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, I'm out.
That'll be the longest show ever. Hey,
yeah.
Some people still hanging in there with us. Goddamn.
Word.
We see y'all. Y'all in here.
Hey, we appreciate y'all. I mean, this is so dope. This is so dope. Y'all are amazing. Pretty Boy, SC, Pure Badness, and whoever else is watching. Cena, I think, just left not too long ago.
Yeah, she went to sleep. She said good night.
Yeah, appreciate all y'all, man. Y'all holding it down. Y'all holding it down.
It's y'all the real ones. They don't want y'all to stay up. That's why y'all gotta stay up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
My nigga Nip say, man, stand up. We don't ever sit down, nigga.
Yeah. Wait, is this? Hold on, is this Biden talking now? Oh yeah, damn. Hold on.
Play that shit. Hurry up.
My bad. Hold on. My bad. Oh.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
They honking like a motherfucker.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. To the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in the democratic process.
You're the Gov, man.
All my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, You heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Short message there.
Yo.
From former Vice President Joe Biden. Joe Biden there as well.
That nigga about to get people who donated a lot of money.
Word. He said, hey,
Hey,
Gov, man.
You gotta mention your governor, man. You gotta mention.
Word.
Pardon me?
He said, pardon?
Oh,
Shit.
My nigga.
What's going on?
What's going on, bro? You don't know that person's name?
Man, hey, my man.
You seen him before. My man, you never mentioned his name.
My man. What's going on, bro?
How you doing, man? You know, everything good?
Everything all right? All
right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
that's what's up. That's what's up.
You know, work.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. Yeah, man. So, you going to homecoming?
They're optimistic. You know, I think the vice president.
Oh, I thought he was talking again.
And set an expectation that he thinks they're winning and are going to win. And I think what you'll see now is the president will probably do much the same thing. I don't know that. That's
just We won. Is the counting the votes? It's like I won like no one's ever won before. Oh shit, that's crazy. Let me get back. Oh, I forgot to unmute it.
The kind of the molding has been cast, and I think waiting and not waiting for the president to move was a smart move, and also to give people some sense that there's going to take a while, but that he sees light here at the tunnel. I've been in communication with the campaign, and they do see Arizona going that way.
Lift the veil for everybody a little bit. You've worked in campaign.
Hey, real quick. Hey, this shit is true for everybody except Obama. My man Obama wasn't no ugly ass motherfucker. Everybody else is ugly as hell though.
30, it's a little
It's
less
that shit,
spin,
that crack,
a little
shit,
more
that crack.
direction, and about midnight it's a little more spin. I mean, it switches. So it depends on the time. Look, he's also being clear because it is going to be. Look, we're all going to be here for a minimum of a week, all the way through, counting all these ballots, and he is making sure that there's an energy level among his supporters, the legal teams, and also that at no point do people kind of shift off and that, you know, this is not going to happen or whatever. You got to keep them on the prize. What is the expectation? How long is a journey going to take us? And keep their energy level and focus. And I will tell you, you can look at this glass half full, glass half empty. I know we're not doing this. Arizona's there. There is enough votes on what is in Wisconsin.
Keep plugging, baby.
Listen,
are you guys listening? He thinks Arizona is for the Democrats.
A broken watch is right twice a day.
You've proven that over and over again.
It's literally a 50-50 shot.
So here's the thing, and I do think when you see the early votes come in, or rather the absentee ballots in the upper parts of the states of the Midwest, you have trend lines that you can extrapolate out of Ohio and out of Illinois that can be projected into both Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Sarah Fagan, that did have a different tone. I'm remembering 4 years ago right now. Hillary Clinton did not come out.
Right.
She sent John Podesta, her campaign chairman, to come out telling people basically just hold on, don't do anything yet. That's not the tone that Joe Biden struck tonight.
No, I mean, look, Georgia is still out, you know, and there is a scenario if Georgia got called, we don't think it'll get called tonight, but, you know, all of a sudden it's a totally different game and, you know, people are reporting that this election is, you know, over, even though there'll be more counting to happen. So I want to point out what Rahm said again, which I think this is really, really important, which is he has to signal to all those people that he needs to show up in Pennsylvania, perhaps Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia for sure, maybe North Carolina, and go now fight for every ballot.
Every count.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ron.
I was just saying, you're going to have your energy level. Tomorrow, you're going to get an hour of sleep. You're going to be in there counting ballots. You're going to be verifying signatures. It is going to be a long week, and I need you to stay as focused as this is 5 days before election, as well as 5 days after the election.
The energy on the Republican side is already there. And by the way, looking at these returns, they're really sensing they're going to keep the Senate no matter what. That's going to get them jazzed up even more.
Heidi Heitkamp.
Well, I think, you know, Biden may be out there rallying the troops, but I remember a couple years ago, in fact, 4 years ago, when Ed Rendell came out and really signaled this is not good. Ed Rendell appreciates his reputation as being a straight shooter. When he comes out and says we're going to win Pennsylvania, I think that means more than the vice president coming out and rallying the troops. And so this is going to take a long time. And, you know, take a look at what's happening in Minnesota, how much of that will affect what's going to happen in Madison, what's going to happen in Milwaukee. Madison, which isn't heavily African-American, but a huge Democratic vote and an early vote. I mean, this is going to take a long time. And I think you have to, I mean, I really applaud ABC and all the networks for saying, cool your jets, no one's won yet, let's just count these ballots. But the longer it goes, and this is what I'll say about Pennsylvania, the longer this goes, just like COVID, the more people are going to get anxious. And so the faster they can do it and do it correctly, the better it is for this country.
Thank you. Matthew Dad, I want to bring the question to you that I brought to Rahm Emanuel. You, of course, worked in George W. Bush's campaigns. Talk about, at this point, if you're in the boiler room of the campaign, the war room of the campaign at midnight, almost 1 in the morning right now, what are you looking at? What are you seeing that tells you it's okay to send Joe Biden out there?
Well, it's funny. I did just that in 2000 in the campaign late at night, late on election night, when I said they called it too early for Gore. I told them, and we told the media, and the media pulled it back. And then when they called it for Bush, I told the campaign they called it too early for Bush. In that context of this. And so I think, I mean, Joe Biden's campaign manager has been a straight shooter for a year and a half. She told everybody the polls were not right. She told everybody this was going to be closer than it was. She told everybody they were worried about Florida. She told everybody they had multiple paths that they knew they had to keep intact. I think they're actually telling the truth. And if you look at the numbers, I looked at the numbers outstanding in Wisconsin, outstanding in Michigan, outstanding in Pennsylvania, and what's left in Arizona, is you would much prefer to be in Joe Biden's position right now than in Donald Trump's positions right now. That's a fact. When you look at all the ballots out there, you'd much prefer to be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump.
Except right now we are calling 2 more states, projecting 2 more states for Donald Trump. First one is the state of Iowa. The state of Iowa and its 6 electoral votes are going to go to Donald Trump. Also the state of Florida and its 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So again, the red states are filling in red, blue states are filling in blue. John, I want to bring you in on something else. Right now, we have not seen President Trump speak last night, but we've now gotten the first tweet. We're not going to show it right now, but it was something that we were prepared for. We were expecting coming into tonight. After Joe Biden went out and spoke, Donald Trump put out a tweet where he said the Democrats are trying to steal the election. Apparently it was taken down, but now it's been put back up. Just break that down and let's talk about what that means and what it doesn't mean.
He's also saying he's going to come out and speak, and I imagine he'll say very much the same thing when he comes out and speak. But look, the votes have not been counted yet. Nobody is stealing anything. As I mentioned, in the state of Wisconsin, they haven't even begun counting the mail-in vote. In the state of Michigan, they've only counted about 16% of the early vote. In the state of Pennsylvania, they've only counted 24% of the mail-in vote. There are major urban centers in Georgia and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania where only a small fraction of the vote is in. So the vote has not been counted. Nobody is stealing anything. But this has been a theme for Donald Trump. He has been invoking the idea that the election would be stolen for months and months.
Rigged election was something we heard consistently
Rigged
on the
election.
campaign
I mean, really was something he said in 2016 as well. It's usually not something that you hear a candidate who thinks they're going to win say, by the way. And I think this is an election, when you look at where the states are right now, I think this is an election that can go either way. I mean, when you look, Donald Trump could knock down that blue wall yet again. He or he could not. Georgia is still in play. Arizona, we didn't call Arizona, Rahm, until November 10th. 4 years ago. It was 2 days after the election.
What year?
2016.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, right, exactly. So it takes time, and this is a really close election, and it's really close in so many of those key states, and it's an election that took place during a pandemic where we have had a massive increase in mail-in voting, which takes longer to process.
Chris Christie, what's the end game here?
Listen, I think the president this is a guess now. I haven't spoken to him. My guess is that the president felt like he was being restrained tonight by not going out and speaking. His instinct would be to want to go out earlier. He sees Biden go out there and lean in. We think we're going to win this thing.
Feel good about where we are, on track to win the election.
Right. So he's saying, I'm going to win. Not that I have one, but I believe I'm going to win. I think that probably really angered the president.
You know this. There's a big difference then between sending out a tweet or going out and speaking and saying, no, I think I'm going to win. Here's what looks good in Florida and Michigan and Wisconsin, and saying the other side is trying to steal the election.
George, my job here, as I see it, is not to either argue with you about that or to rationalize it.
Okay.
Part of my job here is to help people here and on TV understand what I think, knowing the president for 20 years, what motivated him. I think he heard that. I think he got angry and said, listen, I'm being restrained. This election is completely in doubt, as John Carl just said, and I'm not going to say anything. Then he sees Vice President Biden go out there, and Rob liked it because Rob knows.
You see that man drinking?
I'm gonna drink
Motherfuckers head.
And when this president gets angry, he goes to Twitter.
I'll give you one example.
The
upper South Bend area was up 100 votes, and I was chair of the
Senator candidate, right?
And well, no, for the congressional, it's 06. I said, go out and declare victory. He says, they haven't declared. I said, you declare it. You go out and declare, then they have to prove you wrong. And so Joe going out there, keeps his base energized, keeps people focused for the long term, and makes sure, and actually, I like the fact that he got Trump under Trump's skin.
Well, and by the way, to be fair, if Donald Trump had gone out there and done that, there would have been people who would have been reacting differently than they reacted to Joe Biden. They would have said, look at Trump, he's trying to heist the election. And so
Depending
he knows
on
that
the
too.
language he used. That's
different messages. They're different messages.
To understand, wait a second though, they're the same message with different language.
Right, we're gonna have
same
to-
message, different language.
We got to take a break. We'll be right back.
Well, it's getting heated in there.
What'd you think, bro?
About him going out there?
Yeah, I don't think it was nothing wrong with him.
I mean, shit, nah, I don't think there was nothing wrong with it.
I mean,
what difference does it make at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's the same shit that you do on a campaign trail.
Right. You say we're going to win, we're looking good, I mean,
Yeah.
he kind of is, though. They got a lot of fucking counting to do, boy. You heard those percentages, how many motherfucking votes they counted, mail in and early. They didn't even get all the early votes counted yet.
Word.
Damn.
So this is for those that haven't seen the tweet, because I think Twitter might be trying to hide it. But it says, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. I don't know if it'll focus. Fuck it, I'll just read it. We would never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Exclamation point. Because, he got to be extra.
So he's saying that they won, but they hijacking.
He said they are trying to steal the election. If Trump lose, he not going to just lose fair and square, bro. He not going to just
lose with the.
He not going to concede. You know what I'm saying? Like maturely.
What you think Trump gonna do when he lose, bro? What would sore loser Trump do?
Not fit. Just pout and cry on Twitter.
Hey, SC said what happened to the giveaway, dog.
Oh yeah,
you did say that shit.
Yeah. Here I go right here. Hold on. My bad. I did forget about y'all. My fault. All right, can I get a drum roll, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank each and everyone for coming. The winner of this giveaway is you. All of you. You have won the opportunity to be on a Cold One podcast and talk to us directly. Y'all better enjoy this shit while y'all can, because when we get big, we ain't gonna just be letting anybody on here.
That's a good prize.
That's a great prize.
That's a good prize.
So anybody that wants to join,
He said it, not me, but I support him because that's my partner.
word. So I even wait an extra 5 minutes. Cause I low-key want to wait for Trump, whatever he gonna say.
Yeah.
Look, it's back on.
He gonna flip the script on their ass.
Word. So I want to see what he gonna say. Hopefully he about to. Hopefully he about to talk.
I gotta go check my
lab.
On Wednesday, November 4th here in the East, and this presidential race for 2020 not even close to over. Let's take a look at where things stand right now.
They kill me when they say that. They kill me when they say that shit.
205 electoral votes, Donald Trump 21, 171 electoral votes. Let's put up a new map right now and show people the 14 states that have not yet been projected. We're going to put that up right now and then zero in on those battlegrounds that are most at play in this moment. There you see it right there. 14 states have yet to be projected. Some of those are going to come in pretty clearly for one side or the other, including most likely Alaska and Hawaii. But we're zeroing in now on 6 states that could make the difference in this election. Let's start with the state of Arizona. Let's put that up right now and show we have 78% of the expected vote in now. It's a little bit closer, 53 Joe Biden, 46 for Donald Trump. We just heard Vice President Biden say he believes he's going to win. And Tom Llamas, are we seeing anything new in the vote that's come in so far?
You know, George, to be completely honest, in the last 30, 45 minutes, we have not seen anything new. We still have about a 200,000 spread difference. A reminder, President Trump won Arizona by 100,000 votes. We're going to keep a close eye on Maricopa County. The problem is it's been around 75, 78%. 10-point difference here between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Joe Biden overperforming in that county. I'm looking at Pinal County because this is where Donald Trump overperformed 4 years ago, and tonight he's not doing as well. He's down 3 points in that county. And of course, Tucson, Arizona, Pima County, 62% for Joe Biden, overperforming there. That's all great news for him. Mark Kelly is from Tucson. He's running for Senate right now. The astronaut against Martha McSally. That's all good news. And there's been a lot of talk about the reverse coattails. Could that Senate race have helped Joe Biden?
Okay, let's talk to Whit Johnson in Arizona right now. What are they telling you there about when this remaining 22% of the vote in the state, the expected vote, is going to be counted?
George, not long ago, we got off the phone with officials here in Maricopa County, and they point out that the numbers you're seeing right now only encompass the early vote. Remember, we talked about the 85% of ballots that were already out and came in before Election Day. They told us that so far they have not started tabulating the votes that came in from the polls today. And we know that those are going to lean heavily Democratic, the early votes, and the Trump campaign expecting a greater turnout today on Election Day. The other thing that officials told us in Maricopa County is that they do expect to keep this going for another 2 hours or so this evening. They were hoping that by 1 a.m. local time, so 3 a.m. Eastern, that they would be able to be close to releasing their full results. The Secretary of State's office says they are deferring to the counties on this. So Maricopa County, we can't emphasize enough how huge it is because of the size of its population, also because of the changing demographics. There's been a population boom here. It's grown by more than 660,000 people in just the last 10 years. It's become more diverse, a migration of people coming from other Western states like California. Another thing, though, other officials here are also urging caution with those early numbers. We saw a tweet from Governor Doug Ducey, who said that any projection or prediction at this point would be premature. That said, Senate Democratic candidate Mark Kelly was already out a short time ago. It was not a victory speech, very similar to Joe Biden, saying that they like the numbers where they stand right now and that he is confident that by the end of the night, he too will win here in Arizona.
Thank you, John Carr. You reminded everybody how long it took to count the votes back in 2016. It also took, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but a fair amount of time to count the Senate race back in 2018.
It took days to count that Senate race, and that was a Senate race, a seat that was controlled by the Republicans, that was lost by Martha McSally, and then Martha McSally was then appointed by the governor to take over the other seat after John McCain died, and now she's running again, looking at the possibility of potentially losing 2 of her party's Senate seats in the course of of just a couple years.
Waiting for the final count to come in. Let's look at the state of Wisconsin now, as well as check in on where things are. 72% of the expected vote in. Donald Trump now leading 51-47. We've cautioned many, many times that the early vote has not yet been counted in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, George, we can't stress that enough, but what we can stress is a lot of the swing counties, there were 23 of them 4 years ago. Right now, in a lot of those counties, from the ones we've counted so far, Donald Trump is on top, especially in this area right here. We know the president did well in Iowa. Those are the counties that kiss rural Iowa. That's rural Wisconsin right there. President Trump is on top. Let's look at Milwaukee, because this is going to be a very large part of the story once the vote is in. We only have 36% of the vote, and that's part of the problem with Wisconsin. That's why we can't declare a winner. We're very far from that. At the numbers as they stand right now, Joe Biden not doing great. But again, we want to stress a lot of the vote is out.
That's just the day of vote.
That's just the day of. We want to stress that. Yeah, that's not the early vote. In Winnebago County, though, this is a county that mirrors the state results. This is Oshkosh, Senator Ron Johnson. President Trump overperforming with 77% of the vote. And this is a key county that we look at. President Obama won this county. It swung to Trump 4 years ago. And right now, President Trump is on top.
Okay, let's go to Deb Roberts there. Deb, fill us in more. Give us a little bit more of the timeline you're expecting. Perhaps we'll have results from Wisconsin. I'll put it in my own vernacular before GMA at 7 a.m.
Well, I certainly hope so, George. I don't think it's going to be Thursday and Friday, as Ram was saying about some of the other states, but it's certainly going to be a late night. The Wisconsin election office says that they are just taking their time. In fact, there was a statement they put out earlier saying that that they were basically they are humbled to bring fair elections to this state, that the care and the security, the transparency that goes into each ballot is something that they take very seriously. They expect maybe in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state, maybe by 4 a.m. is what they're saying. But they've had a few hiccups, too, George. In one of the counties here, they had 13,000 misprinted absentee ballots in Outagamie County. They had to kind of repair those. They seem to think that was a major issue, but it certainly was something to slow the process down a little bit. Those votes have not come in, or certainly they've come in and they were being counted, but they haven't been processed at this point. So there are still a lot of votes out there to be processed, and maybe by 4 or 5 a.m. In the morning, we may have that processing done, but we don't expect to hear anything until a few hours after that. So maybe tomorrow we will know what happened in Wisconsin.
Okay, let's work our way across the map. Thank you, Deb. Let's take a look at Michigan right now. 58% of the expected vote is in. Again, we still see Donald Trump is ahead. This is the day of vote. Still waiting for the mail vote to be counted.
Yeah, when we talk about the day of vote, George, you know, we just made this point in Milwaukee. This is Wayne County. This is Detroit. Only 36% of the vote in right now. Joe Biden's on top, but he's going to catch up eventually. He's just not there yet because this is so much of the early vote. Look, just to give you an idea of sort of how things are sort of twisted at this hour right now in Flint, which Democrats usually always win, Donald Trump's on top. He was at 42 4 years ago, 70% of the vote in. That vote can switch. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. So what's happening in the counties around Detroit, the suburbs county? Let's start with Macomb. This is where the Reagan Democrats are from. 47% of the vote in. Donald Trump overperforming there. But again, we got to stress, less than 50% of the vote is in over there. Let's check out another one of these counties here outside of Detroit. We'll come into Oakland County. This is Pontiac, Michigan. This is a wealthier county, one of the wealthiest counties actually in all the country. And Joe Biden is where he needs to be, 77% of the vote there. We're going to keep watching that. We move over to Grand Rapids, Kent. This is one of those kind of swing counties. We want to make sure we always take a look at this to see how the rest of the state is going. 66% of the vote in. Donald Trump doing a little bit better. But again, every time we hit these counties, we just want to stress a lot of the vote is still out. If you look at the swing counties in Michigan, George, the president at this hour looks like he's doing well, but there's just so much of the vote left to count.
Okay, thank you. Juju Chang, you've been speaking with officials there as well. What do we think about how the vote count is going there, when we can expect to learn more?
We know that the Secretary of State gave a press conference around 9 p.m. Eastern saying that they are confident they can tabulate the vote within about 24 hours, so presumably 9 p.m. this evening. However, I have been texting back and forth with the Attorney General, Nessel, who said, keep your eye out for Wayne County, because Detroit is the entire ball game here in Michigan. They are confident that, as Tom Yamas is suggesting, Oakland County and Macomb County will break in their direction once advanced voting is tabulated. But I just want to shout out poll workers for a minute, George. I will say we visited a couple polling sites, and Governor Whitman declared yesterday Election Hero Day, that all these election administrators, the 30,000 rather volunteers that help tabulate these ballots, have done amazing work under the pandemic. And we met with one polling official today. Actually, I spoke to several of them, but one of them told me that the mood inside these polling stations was courteous, was waxing poetic about democracy in action. And yet this one poll worker was also the elusive swing voter. We look at Macomb County, the Reagan Democrats who swing back and forth. This was a voter who voted for President Obama in 2012, then voted for the maverick, he said, candidate Trump in 2016, and today switched again to Biden, saying that he had failed to bring manufacturing jobs. And that dovetails with the exit polling that we're seeing. He was really upset at the pandemic handling by President Trump, and that dovetails with Michigan exit polling, where 55% disapprove of President Trump's handling of the pandemic. And he told me, quote, "It's like touching a stove. I got burned the last time. I'm not going to make that same mistake." Is this swing voter a unicorn, George? I don't know. Or does he reflect something that's happening here?
It's a very good question, Juju. Thanks very much. I want to keep going on the map, but first I want to go to Pierre Thomas. You just saw him pop up there, our senior justice correspondent. Pierre, we just heard from Juju right there saying it was a peaceful, orderly day for the most part of Michigan, where there had actually been so much concern about potential violence, especially after that plot against the governor several weeks ago. But this is one of the dogs that didn't bark, at least so far on Election Day, at least as we got through Election Day, November 3rd. It seemed like for the most part this process was peaceful. It was orderly, no significant violence.
Peaceful, orderly, and the fact that, you didn't have to come to me to ask a bunch of questions tells you the way the day went. Law enforcement officials breathing a sigh of relief, but the concern going forward, George, is just what we're seeing unfold. We're going to have days possibly before we know the actual result. We now are hearing the president talk about the election being stolen. So law enforcement officials and intelligence officials are bracing to see, will foreign actors attempt to play on this notion of uncertainty? Law enforcement officials also, as you can see, have been concerned about the cities, Washington, New York City, boarding up stores, that kind of thing. So far, there's been calm. The question is, will people continue to be patient? That's what people are hoping for. But again, the longer there's uncertainty, there will be concern.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, we know from the last election that Russia interfered in a fairly heavy way, putting their thumb on the scale for President Trump. But their big goal, even more than that, was simply disrupting our election, causing Americans to lose confidence in their entire system.
Exactly. And here's what the concern is. If you have time between when we know the results, the concern is that they will put the American system is broken. They are trying to steal the election from Donald Trump. Those things are concerns. Also, you have domestic groups doing the same kind of thing. The good news is that the social media companies like Google and others, Facebook, have done a better job this time, they say, of identifying fake information so they can block it. Facebook telling us that they have over 35,000 people working in the last few months to make sure that the disinformation does not get spread, George.
Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. We now know that Joe Biden, we can project, is going to win the state of Rhode Island again. That's not a surprise right there. The blue map is filling in for Joe Biden. The red map is filling in for Donald Trump. We want to focus on that critical state of Pennsylvania right now. So, Tom, Yanis, why don't we get back up there now? 65% of the expected vote in. I'm going to say the caveat again. We're counting mostly day of voting right now. The early vote, not yet in, not yet processed.
George, from your lips to the magic big screen. So here it is right here. 26% of the early vote. That's all we have right now. And Joe Biden way on top when it comes to the early vote. But the headline, again, only a quarter of that early vote is in right now. So let's take a deeper dive into Pennsylvania. And George, as I blow this map up, I got to tell you, this looks almost exactly right now like 2016 looked, and 2016 was decided by 44,000 votes. Still a lot of vote left to come in, especially in the area of Philadelphia. We have not called that yet. It's the biggest county there so far. It's going to be more than 10% of the vote. Joe Biden's on top. He's got a comfortable lead. It can still build as the vote comes in, and we're going to be watching that. We're also watching the suburbs around Pennsylvania. Bucks County, this was razor thin 4 years ago. Donald Trump on top right now, but again, a lot of that vote has to come in. We're going to take a look at Chester County as well. A similar story, neck and neck. 4 years ago, there was a bigger spread. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in there. One county that's looking really close, Joe Biden's hometown where he was born, Lackawanna, 99% expected in. Looks like Joe Biden is going to run away with that one. Not a huge county in Pennsylvania, but he's where he's from. He likely wants to win it. Just south, though, an important swing county, Lucerne, right now. President Trump is on top. He's overperforming. We still have a quarter of the vote out, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But, George, again, just looking at the map right now, as it is right now, it looks a lot like 2016 Pittsburgh. Joe Biden is on top, but we still have a lot of the vote that hasn't come in there.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Let's go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania. What more do we know now about where the count is?
Well, we don't know too much more about where the count is, to be quite honest, George. At this point, we're still waiting for an update from election officials. The last we heard from the Secretary of State, they were hopeful that they would have the majority of these votes counted by Friday. But, I mean, as we all know, some of these counties aren't even starting to count these early ballots until tomorrow.
Yes, you was right.
Even started to be tabulated. We were just told a short time ago that those Bucks County early mail-in ballots have not been counted yet. That's a huge portion of votes that would potentially go to Biden. So we are waiting to see how those votes come in as well. And here in Philadelphia County, you know, they are counting around the clock. They originally thought they were going to be able to count some 32,000 votes an hour. It looks like they're really only going to be able to count about 10,000 votes an hour is what we last heard from them. So it's going to take some time. People are going to have to be patient. But I do think we should look at some of the counties where we are seeing a majority of the votes already in.
Hey, did it take this long last year?
Were expected, and they have.
I don't feel like it did.
I mean,
I think they told us at like midnight.
Yeah, I think we always night of, ain't it?
Extra votes in those counties: Pike County, Lycoming County, Wayne County.
Hold on, I wanted to mute you real quick. Well, I wanted to mute that so I could hear you. But yeah,
we always knew night of. I thought.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. There's some new shit.
What's something different tonight?
Ah, shit. Well,
no, we knew that was gonna happen, but
yeah, it still hurt to see it.
Yeah, I think for me it's like, you know, why that shit gotta take so damn long. Like a lot could happen in between from now to Friday with that shit.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like that shit just sitting there.
I don't like that shit just out there.
Hey, y'all pay some motherfuckers get 3 shifts. That shit need to be determined within 12 hours.
Yeah, I thought y'all shit. If y'all was hiring niggas, I would have took that little gig.
Where
count some shit up. Right. Yeah, the money was right.
Yeah, but hey, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'm motherfucking tired.
Yeah, we out there, man. Goddamn, we done been in this motherfucker. Well, D been in here for 4:09. I came in here a little bit late, but I still put in work. Goddamn. So, hey,
this is like a group project. You like, hey, bro, put my name on there, bro.
Yeah, put my name on there. Nigga, you wasn't even. You always was late, nigga, but I was here, nigga. I did it, man. Put my name on that bitch. Goddamn.
Word.
Yeah, man. But so it look like we'll be.
Damn, that shit tied up.
Yeah, it look like we'll they won't be done till next Tuesday. So next Tuesday at 9 p.m. we'll find out next episode of a Code One podcast. Who is the president of the United States of America?
Word. So yeah, man. Hey, as always, we appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Thank you so much for y'all support, man. Thank everybody that hung out with us. We basically did twice as long of an episode as we normally do. So as always, we appreciate y'all. Make sure that y'all subscribe. Shit, if you've been on this long, you probably already subscribed. You probably been subscribed. But in case you didn't, make sure that you subscribe, man. And also make sure that you follow us on Instagram, @Code1_podcast. Make sure you also follow both of us. You see our Instagram handles right there. Fuck with us, you know what I'm saying? And as always, I really do appreciate y'all. Tune in each and every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And y'all be safe out here, man. Y'all go buy yourselves a gun legally and protect yourself. And I wish we could have got the results and shit tonight so we could celebrate, but shit, this like the beginning. The shit time.
Niggas, voting still open. They feel like niggas should be able to put some more votes in. If we
Shit, y'all take our ass out there and go vote or something. Hey, but
like my man D said, man, make sure y'all subscribe to us. Make sure y'all know, hit that notification bell. Know when we coming back with that great ass content, man. We was in this bitch for 4 hours and 11 minutes. You know what I'm saying? We went the distance, and we couldn't have went that distance without y'all, man. We appreciate y'all for being here, man. Y'all could have been anywhere in this world of virtualism, but you decided to be here with a Cold Podcast, man, for 4 hours and 11 minutes and 31 seconds, man. And all we can say is thank you, man. We'll see y'all next time, man. You know what? Next Tuesday, 9:00 p.m. We'll see you there, man. It's been your boy L Dottie, the bad guy.
You already know it's your boy Big D, man.
And we like to thank you for coming back to another episode of A Cold One.
Yes, sir. Cheers. I'm gonna finish this before I
pretty
before
boy.
I go. Yeah, be easy, man. Be safe out there.
Buddy, yeah.